Resumed debate on second reading of the Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill.
My Lords, before the debate is resumed, I want to remind the House of a few important points. Firstly, I think the whole House will join with me in recognising, as the Senior Deputy Speaker did yesterday, that the first day of the second reading last week was the Lord's at his best. Noble Lords observed the advisory time limit, were courteous and respectful of every contribution, regardless of the wide range of views on the topic. The advisory time limit for backbench contributions remains at 4 minutes. As it was last week, I would ask all Noble Lords to respect that and each other by sticking to it closely. That means when you get to 3 minutes, you should start making your concluding remarks, and at 4 minutes, your time is up. Of course, as the openers did, the winders, including my noble friend Lord Falkner of Thoroton, will have longer as per the usual conventions. I'm sure, though, those colleagues will also make sure their remarks are considerate of the overall debate. I estimate that if Noble Lords follow this guidance, and after all motions are decided upon, we should be able to rise at around 4 p.m. today. I would also like to highlight the letter to the whole House from my noble friends Baroness Berger and the Noble Lord, my noble friend Lord Falkner of Thoroton, which sets out their agreement on Baroness Berger's revised motion to set up a time-limited select committee. If that motion is indeed carried today, then I will arrange for a revised forthcoming business to be issued at the end of next week, advertising updated committee stage dates for the bill. I know the Senior Deputy Speaker will also be able to make provision for the resulting committee to be set up as soon as possible to commence its important work urgently. With that, I beg to move the debate to now resume.
The question is that the debate on the amendment to the second reading of the Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill be now resumed. As many as of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, it is indeed an honour to open the second day of our debate on the Terminally Ill End of Life Bill. Can I pay tribute to my own friend Kim Ledbetter, who is also represents the seat in which I was born, for bringing this bill to us in the Commons, and thank my noble friend Lord Falkner for the clarity and excellence of his introduction and his leadership of this bill. My Lords, last Friday's debate was, as my noble friend the Chief Whip has said, outstanding, and the House of Lords at its best. And indeed there were many questions to be addressed as we do our job in scrutinising the bill, and the questions posed came from both those of us who support this bill and those who do not. So I am greatly relieved that my noble friend Baroness Berger, the noble Lord Falkner, in their joint email to all peers, say their agreement will allow the bill to go through all its stages in your Lordship's House. Because, my Lords, for those who disagree in principle with assisted dying, I think it's important that we remember that this bill came to us from the Commons, has undergone significant amounts of scrutiny and change, and our job is to scrutinise it further and improve it if we need to do so. It is not our job to kill this bill, my Lords. And indeed I was saddened last week by the noble Lady Baroness May speaking about this being a suicide bill. People have written to me in the last week very distressed, and they say things like, "We are not suicidal, we want to live. But we are dying, and we do not have the choice or ability to change that. Assisted dying is not suicide." I hope today that the House will conduct this debate with compassion. And I'm going to read an extract from one of the many letters I received, which explains the importance of compassion, and I cannot better it. It concerns a woman called Pamela Fisher, who is a lay preacher in the Church of England and has terminal cancer. And with her permission, Pamela says, "I live in terror at the prospect of how my final weeks of life may be. I have seen other members of my family, brother and father-in-law, at the end of their cancer journey, and I know what may lie ahead. Even the best palliative care has its limits. This is the dead weight of fear that I carry around with me all the time. I am not asking anyone to help me shorten my life. In supporting this bill, I seek to have choice to shorten my death. in my final weeks, should my pain and suffering prove unbearable. As a Christian, I believe in loving my neighbour as myself, and on this basis I seek the same choice for eligibility to others. As a lay preacher, I cannot reconcile Christian compassion with the status quo that obliges people to suffer a drawn-out process of dying in pain when it is against their will, and they have the capacity to choose. Church leaders often apply the concept of sanctity of life to resist assisted dying. The sanctity of life is rightly central to Christian faith. For me, the sanctity of life is about honouring the life of every individual, and this necessarily includes providing the care and treatment they need, including, of course, excellent palliative care. I reject the assumption that the sanctity of life requires terminally ill people to undergo a distressing and painful death against their will. I am asking you to support this bill. It would be tragic if the bill were to fail now, having passed through the Commons with a clear majority. It would be personally devastating for me and countless others. The majority of the UK population supports this bill, and there is a majority amongst Church of England congregations, despite the Church's leadership's energetic lobbying against the bill. Please remember, this is not about shortening life. It's about shortening painful and distressing ways of dying. Despite the best palliative care, around 20 people die in agony or awful distress every day. This is a plea for compassion. This is her plea for compassion, and mine too.
House will know that I have a moral position on this, but I'm not going to talk about that. What I'm going to try to say is that this has been a most remarkable debate, and all of us have learnt from both sides from what has been said. And what has come out of it seems to me, first of all, that this is a very difficult issue. The second thing is that although other countries have tried to do this, no one has produced an example of saying that's where it works. What they have done is to say that needs to be changed, there's a problem, and yet we're trying to debate this very serious matter on a private member's bill which was inadequately dealt with in the Commons and which has been criticised seriously by two of our expert committees. And what we're trying to do is something which is momentous, because we are seeking to depart from what has always been an attitude, apart from the question of capital punishment, which I fought against for many years. We are empowering the state to kill. Now, you can argue it, but let's realise just how serious it is. I was an MP for 40 years, and I met wonderful people in both my urban constituency and my rural constituency. But I also met people who felt that their old relations were a terrible burden and were spending money which would be much better left to them. I don't think we can ignore that fact, and I disagree with my noble friend Lord Dobbs when he suggested that somehow or other this was an inconceivable concept. And what I want to put to the House is this, that not only is it conceivable, but it is increasingly dangerous, because many families who have never seen any real money now see an aged relative who has a house which is now worth 200,000 and more pounds. The temptation for those people that I know and have met to say to that person, you really have a duty to save this money for your family. You know that Roger's got a real problem. You can help him. This is what you should do. And no doctor is going to be able to analyse what has happened over maybe some long time, because the incident which we are discussing is very often the end of a long period. And people come to that decision with that kind of pressure. I'm sorry that that is the case. And it's the case in a society which has far too many people who have been suggested that they're not worth anything. Recreating the worth of all of us, the place that we all have towards society. I'm an individualist, I'm a Tory, I have to say, but I do see individuals as living in a society, and that means that we have responsibilities. And it may be, and I say this with due humility, it may be that the contribution to society that someone in great pain may have is to protect vulnerable people by bearing that in order that they will not be destroyed.
My Lords, I support the intent of this bill to increase personal autonomy for those with life-limiting illnesses, but good legislation must provide adequate protection for the vulnerable, including those with eating disorders. The malnutrition that accompanies anorexia means, as the noble Lady Debonair said, that if treatment is delayed or refused, then the physical condition of someone with a mental illness can deteriorate to a life-threatening degree. And starvation of the brain causes distorted thinking and severely impairs how a person weighs up information. I remember vividly when our daughter was in the grips of severe anorexia. She could debate proportional representation with me, but she was adamant she would rather die than put on weight. And yet in countries where assisted dying is legal, lethal drugs are being given to people with this condition, which has a well-established link to depression and suicidality, despite the fact that with the right treatment and support, recovery is possible, even after many years of having the disease. According to a systematic review of the available evidence of assisted dying, published in Frontiers in Psychiatry, eating disorders are being classed as terminal, and at least 60 people with them have been helped to die. And to be clear, that is in countries where, like this legislation proposes, assisted dying is only legal for those with a terminal illness. Now, in the Commons, in the debates, Kim Leadbitter MP said that she did not want people with anorexia to be included within the scope of the bill. I agree with you, but as it stands, they are. The Royal College of Psychiatrists has called for the bill to be amended so that it explicitly states that the physical effects of a mental illness, such as an eating disorder, would not make a person eligible. I urge noble lords to heed that call. Vulnerable lives must be protected if we are to take this momentous step.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a great honour to follow the noble Baroness Parmenter. We are at a crossroads, my Lords, and must decide what kind of a nation we want to be. We've long believed that human life is sacred, worthy of dignity and respect. This has been enshrined within the biblical foundation of our laws. Some would say that this belief in the sanctity of human life is outmoded, only compelling if you hold old-fashioned religious views. As a Christian, I strongly adhere to those beliefs. So what happens if we reject this fundamental principle which has served this nation so well for so long? Isn't it time to bin this old-fashioned view of life? To do so, in my view, would undermine the very foundation of our societal values. Matthew Parrish in the Times recently argued that the elderly and infirm are a drain on resources, and it would be a good thing if they felt the unspoken pressure that their time is up. This kind of attitude will lead to an economic evaluation of human life, carried out against the backdrop of the crushing weight of the pressure on the NHS and the nation's finances. There's absolutely no question that this bill, if passed, will devalue the importance of human life, and economics will become part of the decision-making process. The NHS will save money and families will protect their inheritance, as the noble Lord Devon has said. It has been estimated that the Canadian government and its provinces are now saving at least $150 million a year as a result of assisted suicide. As we know, the scope for eligibility there continues to be expanded, and the same will happen here. I'm not at all reassured by the bill's sponsors about restricted eligibility. The slippery slope will become a reality for sure. My Lords, we must not dismiss the deep concerns that many in the medical profession have expressed about this bill. So many individuals and organisations have flagged that they are either opposed to the bill or extremely worried about aspects of the bill, including most of the Royal Societies, as has been mentioned a number of times in this debate. This is deeply concerning. My Lords, it became apparent last Friday that some supporters of the bill believe amendments in the Commons might prove the bill to be unwieldy, if not unworkable, to quote Baroness Murphy, and that there is too much bureaucracy and oversight already in the bill. Others, and I agree with them, consider that the bill needs lots of additional safeguards, including protecting those with mental illness, eating disorders, disabilities, communication difficulties, and so on. My Lords, not only is the bill currently not fit for purpose, but it will become completely unworkable when amended even further. If we continue down the road enshrined in this bill, not only will we devalue the precious gift of God-given life, but we'll see people who could live for years dying early for want of compassion, depriving them, their families and society of their valuable contribution. My Lords, this is not an exact science. Freedom of Information data from DWP shows that 1 in 5 people who qualify for end-of-life benefits are still alive 3 years later. My Lords, the noble Lord Forsyth referred to his father in his contribution. He did so last time we debated this topic, as I recall. I referred then to our daughter, who died aged 42 in 2013. I would get very emotional if I explored that further. I mention this because we all have personal stories and family experiences that have shaped our views for or against the bill, but we have to stick with principles. If we support it, we risk diluting our sympathy and concern for the elderly and the frail, the disabled and the depressed, seeing them as a drain on resources when they opt to live at society's expense rather than conform to the new norm and opt to die. My Lords, this bill is dangerous and a retrograde step.
Lords, it is a privilege to follow Lord Currie, and I wish to begin by acknowledging reverence for all contributors to this debate, which touches on our deepest emotions, lacrimae rerum, the things of which tears are made. The noble Lord Carlisle of Berriew reminded us that since the end of capital punishment, causing the death of another citizen is not allowed in our law other than in war. And the noble Lord Herbert of South Downs was not alone in describing the introduction of a provision in law to cause death as a crossing the Rubicon moment. Although the right to life enshrined in law is a moral principle consistent with the Christian faith, it should not be regarded as the imposition of Christianity upon the pluralist democracy we are proud to be. However, many Christians, including myself, see this bill as crossing the Rubicon, and this, I think, is why. Christians derive commitment to the sanctity of life from our understanding of the very nature of God as Trinity, 3 persons, not begotten or made of material substance, one in nature and omnipotence, but distinct persons in the relationship of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Distinctness and relationality in God also become characteristic of how and what, in love, God makes us to be as human beings, endowing us with free will and the capacity to use or misuse God's gift of life in all its dimensions. A unique likeness to God, which encompasses an immaterial spiritual dimension, subsists equally, we believe, in the flesh and blood of every human being. This is a foundational contribution to the common law prohibition of homicide, and it consequently inhibits us as Christians from supporting legislation to take the life of another person, as is envisaged in this bill. Furthermore, the Bible repeatedly identifies compassion as essential to the nature of God. And so human suffering, around the end of life especially, compels us to press ever more urgently for significant, increased and sustained investment in palliative care, and to learn lessons from the hospice movement's attention to the qualities of distinctive individual needs and relationships, in sharp contrast to the complex bureaucratic processes that are outlined in this bill. Our scrutiny of this bill must also assess its disproportionate effect on many people, which Lord Deben has already referred to, who already doubt whether they are valued and understood. People, for example, in the outer estates of coastal towns and the shadowlands of rural villages where I minister in Sussex. This bill takes from them the law's protection of their right to life. It's a fundamental assault upon their dignity. When Pope Benedict XVI addressed Parliament in 2010, he asked where the ethical foundation for political choices was to be found, and whether social consensus is a sufficient basis for addressing the moral dilemmas, considerable as they are, for the present age. My Lords, beyond a limited degree of social consensus, I do not see a solid ethical foundation for what is presented in this bill. Human dignity demands of us better treatment.
My Lords, I've spoken in favour of assisted dying in previous debates in this House, and that is still my position. Therefore, I'm grateful to Kim Ledbetter MP for her work in steering this bill through the Commons. We must not forget that the elected House has supported it. Our task is to scrutinise, not to reject it. Like my noble friend Baroness Thornton, I was concerned that proposals last week for a select committee might undermine the agreed timetable for such scrutiny in committee. After so many years considering assisted dying, whether in a select committee or private members' bills, it is now important that we complete the process. Therefore, I'm grateful that my noble friend Baroness Berger has agreed to a committee limited in scope and time and allowing the bill to go through all stages before the session ends. With a view to improving the bill, I welcome the opportunity to look into procedures and safeguards, calling evidence from experts. I am impressed by many of the contributions made so far, including some speeches from those not in support of the bill. I do, however, regret the language used sometimes, such as references to the killing bill or the assisted suicide bill. Because of my personal experience, I am affronted by this. When my former husband, in hospice care, was dying of stomach cancer at the age of 44, in agonizing pain, with terrible nausea too, he desperately wanted it to come to an end, as he put it, and asked for my help. I tried to persuade his carers to speed up his death, but failed. Is this killing? Was his wish to die suicide? Surely not. He loved life and had not wanted to die, but he was dying, and when life became truly unbearable, he longed for death. Because of the law, I could not help him end his torture. My Lords, as legislators, we have a duty to consider public opinion. Rigorous surveys all report high support for the bill, ranging from 73 to 80%. The Nuffield Council in Bioethics set up a citizens' jury on assisted dying earlier this year. Support for law change actually grew over the 8-week-long deliberations when participants heard views from all sides. There are also large majorities in favour of assisted dying among Christians and those of other faiths, as well as disabled people. Some speeches have referred rightly to the inadequacies of the status quo. Prosecutions of people who admit to helping a close relative die usually end in juries refusing to convict. Laws should not remain on the statute books where this is the case. Currently, there is no safeguarding either, where people end their lives at dignitas,
nor where unregulated and drastic ways of ending life, such as starvation, take place. Those who oppose this bill do need to address the problems of the status quo. More palliative care, yes, but it cannot always end the horrors of agonizing deaths. I end with two pleas. Allow our fellow human beings greater autonomy over how they die. It is for them to decide, and not for others, whether for faith or other reasons, to impose their views. Second, be truly compassionate in sparing terrible suffering as death approaches, allowing those who choose to die sooner to do so.
Yeah. Very good speech.
So I have 2 points that I wish to make. The first is that I do not support this bill in its stated aims. Neither do I support the increasingly strange and weird way in which it's proceeded before Parliament, mutating into some sort of ever-changing new sort of hybrid private members' invention. HMG has been giving some covert and now more overt help to these beleaguered measures, rather than taking its own responsibilities, which they should have done from the start. It was truly prescient of Cardinal Nichols when he wrote back in February, on February the 5th this year, and I quote exactly, that there was, quote, something deeply lacking in a government that isn't prepared to guide and to sponsor, if it wants to, this process of legal change. If I may say so, I think His Eminence has been proved spot on in what he said then. So this unholy legislative mess can only but be helped a bit now by the excellent and still to be consummated proposals of Baroness Berger and all that she has suggested for time-limited select committees. That must be a help to improve. My second point after procedure is on the issue of palliative care. I'm not in favour of suicide facilities being provided by the state in the face of possible terminal illness. Illness that's often not always accurately diagnosed in the first instance. I do not believe that there's some automatic choice of dying badly, or if you don't want to do that, go along and have some self-styled assisted suicide. Rather, we must look after the very seriously ill with great compassion, so much better than we do now. We need much greater protection from and legal penalties against coercion to die. For I'm afraid to say that families aren't always very nice places in the way in which they behave, alas. And the domestic setting can sometimes be one for domestic abuse, elder abuse, abuse of the mentally disabled, which I'm very worried about indeed, and the physically disabled. We need a much more precautionary effort in order to protect and safeguard those at risk, maximising the opportunities to safeguard the vulnerable, which I think this bill just fails to do in what it has said so far. Lastly, I do not pretend that we can make death lose its sting. Of course we can't. But as Mother Teresa, who was prayed here in our chapel of St. Mary Undercroft, once so wisely said, real freedom is to value all people exactly the same and value them all, not to be thought of as trouble or a nuisance. So we need more palliative care, which is woefully underfunded in this country and has long been so, and it's a shame on us all. Its provision remains a patchy postcode lottery with current estimates of around 100,000 people a year who should be getting it, not getting it. And from my own entirely personal point of view, worst of all, if from now on death becomes the default solution to perceived suffering, to become the new normal, I believe this will have implications which will be more than just significant for the way in which we live now.
I support this bill. I'm grateful to Kim Ledbetter for her extraordinary work and to advocates like my courageous friend Esther Ranson. Also, I'm grateful to my noble friend Baroness Berger for showing us a way forward in terms of a committee and for setting out a clear timetable. Whilst I warmly welcome the compassionate and moderate tone of last week's debate, from which we learnt a lot, like my noble friend Baroness Thornton, I was dismayed at the conflation made by some of suicide and assisted dying. This isn't just about careless language. It is actively damaging to people who are already suffering. Let's be clear. People who choose assisted dying are not suicidal. They're dying and they want to regain some choice, control and dignity where it has otherwise been stripped away. We should heed the views of terminally ill people, some of whom had a letter published in the Independent this week, and I quote, "We're not suicidal. We want to live and to make the most of the time we have left with the people we love. But we're dying and we have no choice or ability to change that. We're not seeking to make a choice between living and dying, but between two kinds of death. To equate choice and control over the timing and manner of inevitable and imminent death with suicide is deeply insensitive to those of us facing this position. My Lords, Australia's leading suicide prevention organisations have warned confusing these terms can delay access to suicide prevention services for people in distress and complicate or delay care for people with terminal illness who are seeking an additional choice at the end of life. When in 2021 I asked the government to provide data on the number of people who take their own lives every year, I did so because this debate needs to be guided by evidence and the lived experience of dying people and their families. The best available evidence estimates that around 300 terminally ill people end their own lives at home every year in England. These deaths are recorded as suicides, but it's clear from talking to and listening to bereaved family members that these are not people who wish to end their own lives, but people who are taking drastic and often violent steps to control an inevitable and imminent death. There's absolutely no evidence that assisted dying undermines or runs counter to effective suicide prevention strategies, nor is there evidence to suggest that legalised assisted dying leads to a shift in attitude towards suicide. Figures from Victoria in Australia show a slight decrease in suicide rates since it introduced assisted dying. In 2021, in the second reading of Baroness Meach's assisted dying bill, I said that the current blanket ban on assisted dying does not eradicate demand for choice at the end of life. It simply forces people to take matters into their own hands in loneliness and in fear. Those words remain true today. We continue to hear of dying people taking their own lives, and we continue to hear about the devastating impact that this has on their families. It's time to change the law. My Lords, I'm a humanist. I respect those who believe in the sanctity of life, and I subscribe to many of their values. But this bill will not compel anyone to act against their conscience. It provides agency and choice for people who are near death, with the ability to decide how they spend their final days, whether they have faith or no faith. I'm confident that the scrutiny of this bill will be as robust in your Lordship's House as it was in the Commons. We will do our work with compassion and diligence, improving the bill, including by making anorexia out with the bill. But we must always be mindful of our duty to respect the primacy of the Commons.
My Lords, I've not changed my opposition to the concept of assisted dying since the previous debates in your Lordship's House in 2015 and 2021. My views, which are not influenced by religious teaching, are based on my opposition, like Lord Deben, to the passing of laws which permit the taking of life. That is why, years ago in 1964, I supported the Silverman Private Members Bill to abolish capital punishment, much to the irritation of some of my then constituents. But in particular, I am concerned in this bill on two dangers to these proposals. We've heard already on the effects of the bill in encouraging greedy families. And quote as an example of that my own mother, who was widowed at 58, and during temporary bouts of illness and depression, on many occasions, told us that she wished she could die. But of course we jollied her along, and in the event she lived until she was 96, having led an interesting life and having seen a good deal of the world during those years. And I know that during those depressed moments, we could perfectly well have agreed with her and told her that we would try to arrange assisted dying if it had been then available. And the second concern I have is concerned at the issue of doctors for hire. These are people who strongly support assisted dying and build a reputation for sanctioning it and become what I can only describe as a soft touch. An example of this I noticed in the torrent of advice we have all had over this bill, that with regard to the Canadian situation, I saw one small sentence which said that in Canada 4% of medical aid in dying practitioners provide these services more than 30 times a year. And that is the sort of danger I am concerned about when I talk about doctors for hire. And so on two previous occasions when we've discussed this bill, I've put down amendments in order to restrict the number of times a doctor can sign the particular certificate. And if provided this bill is given a second reading, which I'm sure will happen, I intend to put down again an amendment, this time to suggest that no doctor should sign a certificate more than twice in 4 years. That is a limitation which is open to discussion as to the frequency when a doctor might be restricted to signing the certificates. And we could discuss this between committee and report. And finally, I just remind the noble Lord Faulkner of Thoroton that when I have made this proposal on previous occasions, back in 2015, he told me that, and I quote, "I am very happy to discuss with the noble Lord the idea of there being some limit." And he went on to say, and again I quote, "However, I am completely engaged on how one seeks to deal with the issue of doctors for hire." I hope this is what I think would be a helpful amendment to this bill in preventing doctors setting up this type of reputation, which I think would be a mistake.
Well done. I oppose this bill, but I do recognise there are arguments which we have heard, which many people support. So I'm particularly relieved at the motion of the Baroness Berger to get some proper scrutiny of this bill. My main concern is that it's a badly flawed bill, needs radical improvement, and, as many have already said, it is probably one of the most important bills that this House will ever have to consider. But this bill is not the right way to go into law. We start with 42 delegated powers. This will be dealt with by the Secretary of State, but obviously, more likely, by the civil servants in the Department of Health. We are not asked to consider nearly all the crucial details of this enormously important bill. You've already heard of the very real concerns of the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Select Committee and the Constitution Committee, I don't remember ever before reading in such a report words like the power is inappropriate and should be removed, and among others, the highly inappropriate nature of Clause 37(7). The panel, is it intended to meet in public and hear evidence? Will they meet at all, or will it be a tick-box ceremony? Why no coroner check? Surely that is an obvious safeguard. Assisted dying will be paid for by the NHS. As so many have pointed out already, only 30% of the palliative care is paid for. So this is an obvious inequality. I declare an interest as a former Vice President of the Exeter and Devon Hospice Care, a wonderful institution helping a dying friend of mine to stay at home. The process will require the preliminary assessment of the coordinating doctor, the independent doctor, the panel psychiatrist, and the doctor at the death. Is the NHS ready to cope with this? And we should not ignore the very real concerns of several medical colleges, including the psychiatrists, who are very concerned about the flaws in the bill. And they, of course, are expected to provide panel members. I declare an interest as an honorary fellow of the College of Psychiatrists. It is, I understand, not easy to assess when a patient will die within 6 months. The Lockerbie bomber lived 3 years, as has already been said. 6 months may also be very unfair to those of motor neurone disease or other similar diseases who may not have the physical ability to take the final step they need to take. Is this bill intended to be the start? Is it to be amended shortly to increase the ability to help assisted dying to 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Clearly, as others have said, this is a slippery slope. The possibility of coercion, or even more likely, the feeling of being a burden on others, especially a financial burden, is, as so many others have said, obvious. This is, as I've already said, a serious flawed bill. It's a private member's bill, and it is time the government took it over and put it properly into order.
My Lords, I could not possibly attempt to compete with the forensic skill of the noble and learned Baroness Butler-Sloss, which is so impressive. I simply want to add to this excellent debate one striking comparison, which I hope may illuminate it. Near my home in Sussex stands the beautiful cliff of Beachy Head. It's the most popular National Trust property with 2.5 million visitors every year. Unfortunately, it is also the #1 suicide spot in the world. Online suicide forums instruct people exactly how to get there and jump to their death. At least one such candidate arrives every single day. Also every day, however, a remarkable charity called the Beachy Head Chaplaincy Team is there, based 5 minutes' walk from the fatal cliff edge. The team's purpose is the opposite of assisted suicide. They try to persuade those who have come to die to live. And my lords, they are astonishingly successful. I have the latest figure from Jerry Howitt, the team's CEO. So far this year, they have engaged with 271 people who have come to kill themselves. Of those, only 4 have jumped. The chaplaincy team also worked tirelessly with Sussex Police, the council, clinical mental health professionals, the local pub, the local taxi service, and the National Trust at all practical measures of dissuasion. This means, for example, that lay-bys close to the cliff are blocked, pushing people to park 9 minutes' walk from the edge. Such preventative actions work. The total of those who arrive intending to jump has fallen by 32% since 2023. And as these potential suicides make that 9-minute walk, the chaplains, who are well trained in spotting symptoms and often carrying intelligence about individual arrivals, try to engage them in conversation. Their carefully honed technique starts by showing empathy and moves through establishing rapport to suggesting behavioural change and walking them down to the team's building for a cup of tea. Studies show that suicidal ideation, the overwhelming presence of thoughts of death and suicide, is never continuous for more than 4 hours, often for much less. Offered the right mixture of professionalism and human kindness, people do change their minds. Of those 271 with whom the chaplaincy intervened this year, only 57 even reached the cliff. And as I say, only 4 actually jumped. I'm sure your Lordship's House will admire this moving example of cooperation between private charity and public services, and this triumph for life itself. Indeed, the police intervene against suicide attempts under Article 2 of the European Charter of Human Rights, the right to life. Some may object that the sort of suicide being assisted by this bill before us is very different from that being prevented on Beachy Head, and in some ways that is true. But I would end by asking your Lordships to consider the following thought. This bill does not support the freedom to kill yourself, that we already possess. It confers a right to kill yourself with the active assistance of the state and doctors and at public expense. It also reverses the operation of that power of human persuasion which worked such wonders on Beachy Head. Under this legislation, the professionals will, by definition, be people wishing to fulfill a person's wish to die. No one will be present to advocate the choice of life. My Lords, I do not believe that our country, and particularly our National Health Service, can successfully contain such a contradiction in public policy and morality. If this bill is enacted, the same hospital whose professionals help rescue potential suicides will contain other professionals who give gravely sick people the substances to kill themselves. On Beachy Head, the chaplains say, please don't jump. And in regard to this bill, my Lords, I say the same to you.
1,500 people will die in the UK today. Of those, nearly 500 will be from cancer. Death does come to us all, and of course we want to make sure that people have a comfortable death as possible. But in the legislation before us, we're being asked to agree that someone be enabled to be given and use a concoction of chemicals to take their own life, and we are being asked to require the government to provide services for that to happen. I recognise we have heard a lot of distressing stories where people have suffered pain, intolerable pain, at the end of their life, and the suggestion is that introducing this assisted dying or controlled suicide, that pain could be avoided. My Lords, there is no reference to pain or suffering in this bill. We've heard in the debate about polling. Other surveys, when explaining what the assisted dying in this bill is effectively controlled suicide, support falls. The BMA survey this year shows that support from GPs has fallen. Royal colleges have expressed their concerns. My Lords, I do not want to extend life unduly. In a week when the government has introduced the Hillsborough law, I think of the legal case of Tony Bland, the 96th Hillsborough victim. That decision to start artificially keeping him alive, I think, was the right one. And I also support the concept of DNR. But without going into too much detail, I've seen firsthand how the clinician-patient relationship can be frighteningly coercive, even for something as simple as sedated surgery for a broken hip. I also think back with a shudder to the Liverpool care pathway. My Lords, what an awful way to die. It had become commonplace. And I raised this when I first entered Parliament and gathered enough support from other MPs to get the government to review and end that practice. My Lords, I do have serious doubts about how, or indeed whether, we can get this legislation right to cover, in particular, indirect coercion. This indirect coercion is real. The feeling of being a burden. Knowing you could save money for the NHS if you went that bit earlier. Knowing you might be able to leave more money to your children rather than pay care home fees. As such, I am genuinely concerned about how this may become commonplace here, as it is already in Canada. And there will be other concerns that I raise in committee stage, including the provision in Wales, given that the Welsh Senedd has voted against this. But I have to say indirect coercion is my biggest concern. Now, I followed proceedings of the bill since it was introduced in the Commons, and the bill has changed considerably since it was first introduced, so I welcome the proposal for a short, targeted select committee ahead of our consideration at committee stage. One change the Commons did make at report stage, which I welcome, was not to allow doctors to raise this option with a child, which the promoters of this bill opposed. It got through against their desire. Now, addressing my noble friend Lord Forsyth's amendment, which I'm pleased he has already indicated he will withdraw later, I don't need to dwell on the differences in processes between the Commons and Lords in its consideration, but I do not agree that this private member's bill should get particularly special treatment in your Lordship's House. This private member's bill has already received substantial support from civil servants. I'm not questioning that, because I appreciate that they have to get this in a way it can be delivered. But as has already been exposed by the 2 select committees already that have considered this bill, that has led to an extreme number of regulations and unlimited powers. And indeed, both the MOJ and the Department for Health and Social Care have rejected my FOR requests asking for which specific areas they had helped on. My Lords, I take you back some time, but on a much shorter bill of 5 clauses, with a majority of 275 in the Commons, not just the 23 this bill enjoys, which, by the way, fell from second reading to third reading, but your Lordships did stop consideration at the committee stage. The government then put that bill in its manifesto at the election, and it passed eventually through both houses. This private member's bill should not be turned into a government bill now. It's going to take a lot of fixings, and I hope we will actually ask the Commons to start again, rather than let this bill pass. But I assure Lords, I will be doing my best to scrutinise and try to get something that may work, but I fear it may not.
My Lords, it's not easy to be Speaker number 108, but presumably even harder to be Speaker 168. As a relatively new member of your Lordship's House, last week's debate was a privilege. Arguments about choice, autonomy, and the sanctity of life, leavened throughout by extraordinarily moving personal experiences and stories. And for this Lord's novice, it seemed in every sense a classic second reading. Yet today's debate seems to call for something slightly different and to focus on what's being asked of us as legislators. For its supporters, this bill provides choice, alignment with public opinion, respect for the other place, and no compunction on anyone to do anything that they don't wish to do. But for the 40-plus opposing speeches, it was more nuanced. The opposing speeches fall into 2 main categories. Firstly, those who oppose the bill in principle, because they believe in the sanctity of life as a universal value in all circumstances, and it's an honourable position. Yet more opposing speeches focused on the bill's details. These noble lords professed no philosophical objection to the right to end one's life under agreed conditions, but they nevertheless expressed profound concerns about the bill's provisions. And for those whose concerns lie with the details, then a week has indeed been a long time in politics. We now do have a new and exceptional select committee, a space to probe. Are the protections for the vulnerable the right ones? Are the safeguards against coercion appropriate? Are any of the processes over-complex? And time to interrogate those 42 delegated powers. As a Scottish resident, I won't be subject to this bill. The sister bill, making its way through the Scottish Parliament, has different safeguards. For example, it also involves 2 doctors, but no panel and different timelines. As a supporter of the bill, I recognise all these aspects and more will be up for scrutiny at the Select Committee, at the committee stage, at the report stage. And our scrutiny really matters because our postbags are heaving with legitimate but also with misplaced anxieties. It's proper to be awed by the responsibility of scrutiny, interrogating the detail, making the bill as good as it can be in our less than perfect world. So I say to noble lords with practical reservations, please don't kill off this bill because the details are demanding. Has the time not come to bring together all those who recognise, as Lord MacDonald, the former DPP, did last week, our current laws are not being enforced. We no longer prosecute family members for offering support. We permit indefinite sedation. People take their own lives, as we've just heard. and those who can afford to do so go overseas. It's time to bring the law up to date. To conclude, I recognise that for some this bill is a personal moral red line. But I believe for most noble lords, for the Commons, and certainly for the country, it's time to make the choices currently available to the few available equitably. My lords, in the service of a quiet and loving end, it's time to do what this place does best, to interrogate, to scrutinise and to improve. My lords, it's time to move forwards with compassion, with care and kindness. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
My lords, like the noble Baroness, I welcome the important development since our debate last Friday with the new motion from Baroness Berger and Lord Falconer. It's very important that we take every opportunity to scrutinise this bill and consider the issues without jeopardising the overall timetable for parliamentary scrutiny. In this morning's debate, as last week, we've had many concerns expressed about coercion. Coercion in various forms to get people to an assisted death. And the bill has many provisions to address these concerns about coercion, and of course more options need to be considered. But we've heard less about the coercion which is already in force under the law today, using the power of the state to forbid some of the most compassionate forms of assisted dying. That is coercion too, and it is causing deep human distress, as we have heard throughout this debate. Sometimes we can use and do use the power of law to enforce a settled moral consensus in our society. But that is not the case here. Many humanists and others do not see any objection in principle to assisted dying, especially when, as with this legislation, it is restricted to people who are terminally ill. Like the noble Baroness Blackstone, I have been very influenced by the most careful study of public attitudes by the Nuffield Council of Bioethics, including a sustained citizens' jury, which showed very clear support, majority support, for assisted dying, provided it is limited to people who are terminally ill and they have a capacity to take a decision for themselves. That is the settled moral view of our society, reflected in the vote in the other house recently. There are people with strong objections of principle. There should be no coercion for them to go for assisted dying. They should live and die according to their beliefs. But equally, there is no basis for them to forbid others who are terminally ill and who have a different and legitimate moral view from taking the opportunity of assisted death. And Lord Roberts of Belgravia, in his powerful speech last week, showed that view on the right to assisted dying if terminally ill is deeply rooted in our Western tradition. And Lord Mohammed of Tinsley made, I thought, a very powerful point last week. He said he and his family, with their religious beliefs, would absolutely not wish to have anything to do with assisted dying. But he did not wish to forbid others who had a different moral view from taking the opportunity provided through this bill. This debate and this legislation is about how a society with a range of different moral and religious views can live together. And I think this bill, with its protections and provisions, paradoxically shows how our treatment of assisted dying can also enable us to live together as a society.
Yeah.
My Lords, I have been shocked at the inadequacy of the parliamentary process applied to this bill. It has lacked the detailed scrutiny that such a major piece of legislation requires, as confirmed in recent devastating reports by committees of this House. Despite all the hype in the Commons, it failed to gain the support of a majority of MPs. Let us be clear what this bill does. It authorises medical professionals in the employ of the state to introduce and ultimately provide the means by which an individual in the care of the NHS can be assisted to commit suicide and to observe and supervise that process. The bill also gives unprecedented powers to the Secretary of State. This bill is not fit for purpose, and I am not convinced that it can be adequately reformed. As a member of the Presbyterian Church in Ireland, I accept my church's teaching on the principle of this bill, but I am also a legislator, and that confers its own distinct obligations and responsibilities. In my family's case, we were faced with the illness of my late wife Stella. She suffered from complicated medical conditions. In January 2023, she was very unwell to the extent that the consultant called the family together and said that she was not going to pull out of it this time. Had he been asked to say she was terminally ill and would die within 6 months, he would have said yes. Would he have signed her off expecting her death in 6 days? I believe so, as that's what we were told. 9 months later, I was still taking her out most days, and she was able to enjoy that time with our children and grandchildren. I am also aware that she felt that she was impacting on the ability of our children to get on with their careers. I could sense the anxiety she felt at impacting on her lives. This is the pressure point that is glossed over in this bill and the discourse around it. Doctors don't get it right all the time, and this arbitrary 6 months timescale, in my view, is a dangerous nonsense. The bill would fundamentally change the relationship between the medical profession and patients at all levels. Gone would be the days of do no harm. Doctors could be seen not only as healers, but as instruments to end the life of a patient in hospital, maybe spurred on for financial reasons. Families aren't always welcoming environments. They can be toxic, with competing pressures, especially over money. It is in these circumstances where subtle pressures to end a life can be generated. Some of the basic practicalities have not yet been investigated because of this mad dash to get this bill through. I know all of us in this chamber want the same thing: to reduce and minimise suffering. None of us know how our days will end, but I believe we are adding to suffering by introducing massive anxiety to patients at the most vulnerable time of their lives. Our mailbags have been characterised by messages from disabled people, the elderly and others who feel a sense that they are no longer valued by society, surplus to requirements, mere cost centres. I know this is not the intention of the sponsors, but that is the inevitable outworking. To involve the entire NHS and turn its ethos upside down is a serious mistake. People also may be afraid to present themselves to doctors for fear of getting a one-way ticket. Those of us with the financial means to get the best advice can do so, but for those without the resources, it's the NHS or nothing. It's time to think again, my Lords. We have underinvested in palliative care for years, thus reducing rather than enhancing choice. Surely it makes sense to follow that route, as emphasised by former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, rather than risking nearly 80 years of the embedding of a life-saving NHS in our nation's DNA.
Well said, Bill.
My Lords, I'm aware that many of your Lordships will, knowing that my life has been spent as a Methodist minister in pastoral work, will have reached an assumption that they know what I'm going to say. It's not necessarily the case. I have tried, knowing that that awareness would exist, to give my best attention to the material that has flooded our way over the last month. And I've tried to make sense of it in as rational a way as I possibly can. If I have a qualification for speaking in a debate of this kind, it is simply the fact that my experience of the phenomena we've been describing has always or often begun when symptoms presented themselves, moved through to diagnosis, went into treatment, saw the last days and end of a particular person's life, and dealt with all the emotions that were released after the death amongst the nearest and dearest of the people who's died. It's a long curve of being with people directly affected by the phenomena we're talking about. And I have to say that families are not good places, necessarily, that within families you have views that put pressure on people for the money, but also others who take a much more humane view of things. Blame after the death, you could have done better, we shouldn't have done this, and so on and so forth. Choice is not an individual making a decision forensically separated from all the circumstances and contexts within which that happens, but surrounded by complexity, predisposed attitudes. And I just therefore wish that we could look again at what we think we mean when we say choice. The choice for the person who needs or wants to die is not a choice exercised for the most part in isolation from other factors. I'm delighted that Baroness Berger and my noble friend Lord Faulkner have come to an agreement about a committee stage to look further at the sorts of issues and phenomena that we are describing and concerned with and taxed with in a debate of this kind. For that reason, I mean, her letter with her associates was the lodestone for my making sense of all the material I was wrestling with. And I'm glad that we received this subsequent letter to suggest there may be a proper place where we can look into the proper worries that have been expressed here in this chamber. I myself doubt whether November the 7th is too near to the starting point, but we can look at that in due course. All I know is that a person who dies may want to or may not want to, may be led to want to or averted from wanting to. There are near and dear people who turn out to be quite problematical in the total pastoral situation. This is not an easy matter. And I have to say that at the end of the day, I will vote, I suppose, with all of us now that this situation is emerging, for the amendment. But I can't dismiss from my head what a senior doctor said, that this will change the practice and culture of medicine in ways that no amendment of this bill can prevent.
My Lords, I am against this bill. I'm against it because it is legally and practically defective in many ways, as many other noble lords have already said. But I am against it for philosophical and religious reasons too. For the first time ever, this bill seeks to give a person of sound will and mind the right to act contrary to a fundamental element of the ethical tradition that has been fundamental to this country, that is, Judeo-Christian morality. The view that our life is not our own possession to dispose of as we see fit, nor to be taken from us by others, even at our own request. Now, my lords, many noble lords may ask, and many have done so already, why does this matter to me? I am not religious, they say, and I do not share that ethical system. Such noble lords, and as I say, we've heard some, say they have the right to free choice, to autonomy over their own life, the right to protect the dignity, as they see it, of those close to them. Now, I want to briefly explain why I don't think this argument is sufficient, and why even those of no religious belief should still be concerned by the prospect of going down the road set out in this bill. Now, my lords, the problem, as I see it, is that the values used to justify this bill, the values of ensuring dignity, preserving autonomy, personal freedom, are themselves also derived from that Judeo-Christian ethical system. As my noble friend Lord Roberts of Belgravia reminded us last week, there have been in the past, and there still are today, many societies that don't fully share those values. They are not self-evident, however much many of us would wish they were. Now, what we're proposing to do in this bill is to dismantle part of that inherited ethical system by allowing the state to engage in killing innocent people at their request. But, my lords, once we've dismantled one part of that system because we think we know best, what then is the status of the rest of that moral and ethical system? Once you've introduced utilitarianism into our society's decisions, where do you stop? The ultimate destination of this journey is a utilitarian society with a utilitarian government, one where there are no freestanding, inherited moral principles of any kind, but only the principles that we think we are clever enough to create. And my lords, the problem is that in such a society, none of us are really safe. The only protection for any of us then is the collective wishes of society, whatever they are at any given moment. In such a society, the rights of those who are inconvenient, the disabled, the ill, the elderly, or maybe those who are just unpopular, have no robust defence and are potentially vulnerable. Any of us might one day fall into any of those categories. At that point, your only protection against the general will of society comes from an appeal to the same ethical system that you've just decided is merely contingent, capable of being disposed of if it's inconvenient. You may think, as I do, human dignity or autonomy or freedom are important, but what if the general will of society does not? What ground do you have to stand on then? My lords, that's why it's so dangerous to continue dismantling this ethical code as this bill does. I urge us to ask ourselves and to think hard. Are we really confident we are the generation that's so sure of its judgment, so wise, so knowledgeable, so confident we can create a good society on foundations not that we've inherited, but which we ourselves have designed? Are we so sure of all of those things that we can casually cast aside 2,000 years of our moral tradition and tell ourselves that it doesn't matter? My lords, look around our country and ask yourselves that question. I do not think so, and this is why I hope this bill will founder.
So I don't bring to this debate any medical knowledge or expertise. My relevant experience is having cared at home for both my first and my second wife as they faced the terminal stages of metastatic cancer. Noble lords will have memories of my second wife, Baroness Maddock, and her work in this house, which she continued with determination as she coped with her cancer treatment. Whatever ethical or religious view I might take about assisted dying or assisted suicide, I respect the sincerity and strength of feeling of those who want this change in the law. And whatever view I individually take, as a liberal, I cannot simply deny that freedom to others, unless granting the freedom causes or could cause so much harm to others that it justifies the intervention of the law. But I think the debate has demonstrated that there are potentially very significant harms to others which could result from this bill. So whatever our personal view, we are duty-bound to assess the harm and consider whether it can be successfully mitigated or is so great that the bill should not proceed. I won't list all the numerous dangers already identified, but high among my concerns are the fear that many people will have that they and others will be put under or feel pressure to end their lives. They may feel that they should take this course rather than being seen as a burden to their families, the health service or society, and that is envisaged in the impact assessment. I am concerned that this will severely damage the way medical staff interact with patients, and I think it would be quite wrong to offer an unequal choice to patients between assisted suicide and palliative care, when the suicide help is available, but the necessary level of care may not be. I have met wonderful people working in palliative care, but there are not enough of them, and the service varies greatly in availability and quality in different areas. I'm also concerned that existing palliative care practice could be adversely affected by the bill. If medical practitioners have administered drugs to relieve pain and symptoms for a patient, and that patient dies within 6 months, will they be accused of failing to go through the procedures this bill provides for intended death, when there was no such intent and the drug use was entirely to bring comfort to the patient? The hospice movement, which is massively dependent on charitable giving, has many concerns about how the bill would operate, both as regards clinical practice and in terms of its impact on giving from people who do not want their gifts to support assisted suicide. As the bill stands, hospices, whether residential or home-based, are not allowed to opt completely out of the system, and that cannot be right. I serve on the Constitution Committee of this House and fully endorse the objections it has raised to the use of unamendable secondary legislation and disguised legislation to define many of the most central features of the system being created and its relationship to the NHS. I'm also worried by the exclusion of the coroner's jurisdiction in England and Wales. There will be cases which would, without this provision, justify investigation, and in some cases an inquest. It's unwise of us to forget that although doctors and families will almost always be acting in good faith in very distressing circumstances, medical carelessness, malpractice and undue influence can occur. I was also struck by Baroness May's reference to the potential the bill has to impact on the very worrying level of suicide among young people. The bill may offer a wholly unintended signal that taking your own life is the answer to your problems, and we have to do something about the growing crisis if this bill proceeds. If I were a determined supporter of the bill, I would still want it to have the most careful scrutiny informed by detailed evidence, not just a few Fridays of conventional House of Lords sittings. We may get that, although under a very tight timetable. I say this not in criticism of the bill's promoters. They were working within the straitjacket of private members' bill procedure. But that means we now have to set about filling the gap to make sure that if the bill goes ahead, our concerns are met to a much greater extent than was achieved in the Commons. If that can't be achieved, some of us would feel we should give up on this bill and start again. I have this fear, this instinct, that this is one of those big decisions that society may one day regret. There will be no way back.
My Lords, I want to speak briefly to the concern of feeling a burden to one's carers and the impact that will have if this bill is to pass, and this has been mentioned by many of the speakers this morning. As many of you know, across this House, caregivers are the very best of us, and we can all attest to stories of people we know who have given everything to support their loved ones. Imagine an elderly parent aware of the sacrifices that their child is making to care for them, thinking to themselves that they would be better off to be dead. Now, this thought may be fleeting or may take root, and the very existence of this piece of legislation gives legitimacy to those thoughts. By legalising assisted suicide, you de facto make the statement that some desires to end your life are justified. The guilt someone receives if receiving care feels will never be isolated or separate from their desire for an assisted death. Since the Oregon Death with Dignity Act came into effect in 1998 until the end of 2024, 46.6% of those who have chosen to end their lives, when asked for the reason why, cite being a burden on family, friends or caregivers. Of course, if this bill is made law, we won't know why people chose to end their lives, as that is not in the bill. This guilt people feel stands in stark contrast to the ideals of choice and autonomy proponents of the bill have attempted to set out in this House both last Friday and today. Caring for a terminally or chronically ill loved one is undeniably hard. Carers make sacrifices every day, emotionally, physically and financially. My Lords, the recent impact assessment is explicit about what this bill might mean for carers. It says in a chilling paragraph, quote, "One of the reported benefits of VAD services to unpaid carers is the reduction in time spent providing care for the terminally ill adult who chooses to end their own life. Evidence suggests that providing unpaid care, particularly at higher intensities, is associated with negative physical and mental health outcomes and employment impacts." My Lords, the impact assessment also set out that a person privately funding their residential nursing care is paying on average £1,567 a week, and that someone paying for care at home could be paying £32 per hour. This financial impact compounds the already present emotional burden of terminal illness for both the individual and for the unpaid carers. But they should never, under our law, feel pressurised towards a premature death. Today, my Lords, it should be a cause for great sadness that we are discussing how to help people die sooner rather than how to support them to live more comfortably and to support those who care for their family members. My own loved and precious mother died in June of this year. Rather than feeling a burden, however, she was surrounded by the most excellent care in her residential home and then latterly in the South West Acute Hospital in Enniskillen. The palliative care she received at the end of her life was compassionate, pain relieving and such a comfort to her and to us, her family. I want that care and compassion for all who are dying, not just some, and I certainly don't want someone like my mother feeling as if they have to end their life prematurely because they're a burden to the taxpayer, their carers or their family. No one should feel pressurised towards death because of financial strain or emotional guilt. There is no safeguard against the silent pressures of care. No clause can protect against the internalised belief that one's life is too costly, too demanding or too much. My Lords, today we debate how to help people die sooner. But we should be asking how to help them live better and how to support those who care for them. Creating a burden to die because we haven't addressed the burden of care is not a legacy I want for this House.
Lords, as somebody once said, at this stage in the debate, everything that can be said has already been said, and then added, but not by everyone. So I'm the everyone, if you like, and I hope I'll add something of interest. Lord Deben said that this has never been tried before and proved defective. Well, actually, it has. Oregon and a number of others. It's a matter of opinion. You have your opinion, I have my opinion. The overwhelming weight of correspondence that I received was in favour of this bill. I mean, overwhelming. And I'm sure they didn't single me out because they knew what I thought on the issue. The other problem we've said is, or been drawn to our attention, is that if we go down the road of this bill, that it'll have an enormous strain on the NHS. But I must admit, I don't understand that argument. Whether anybody opts for this or not, palliative care will have to be provided, and that is already being provided by. So I don't really understand that. Then we're told that this bill is not the right one. Well, I've looked through it, and it seems to me that this is a very carefully worded and structured bill. It provides all the safeguards that we should want. Preliminary discussion, first declaration, subsequent assessments, and it goes on and on with safeguards. Bill contains a number of safeguards to establish that in various stages in the process, including at the time the approved substance is provided to the person for self-administration. The person has the capacity to make the decision to end their life. They have a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life. They've made the decision and they wish to end their own life and have a requested provision of assistance. I won't go on to read all of it, but there are more than enough safeguards in there, in my view. I listened carefully, and as one would, to some of the best legal brains that we have in this House. I listened carefully to Lady Butler-Slosh, who said it's badly drawn. Well, once again, with due respect to her, that's a matter of opinion. I don't think it is badly drawn. This is a carefully thought out, well-drawn bill that has been developed over a significant period of time. And I would say this to the House, that what are the alternatives that present themselves to somebody in this situation? Are we really saying that that's what you want people to do? you want them to take a choice and go to Switzerland, to Dignitas, with the rest of their family feeling anxious, concerned and worried. I don't think that's the sort of choice that we should be inflicting upon people. Now, I'm in favour of scrutiny, and this House will do it. There's a select committee that's going to look at it, but not in a way that will prevent the eventual progress of this bill. So my view is that I hope the House will recognise that this is a good and fair bill that gives people the right to choose at a very difficult time in their life, without coercion, but with support and help.
My Lords, the powerful speeches in this debate have shown compassion and seriousness and reflect the depth of feeling on all sides. It is a privilege to take part. Like other noble lords, I thank all who have written to me on the subject. Let me begin with the law as it stands. The Suicide Act 1961 is shot through with contradiction. It makes suicide lawful, yet criminalises assistance with a penalty of up to 14 years imprisonment. That contradiction does not just fall upon private individuals. It is the daily terrain for doctors, nurses, police officers, coroners and prosecutors who must operate within rules whose boundaries are blurred. Patients, families and professionals are all left to navigate an area of law where the line between compassion and crime can be perilously unclear. In practice, we have combined a lawful right to end one's life with a criminal prohibition on the assistance that may be needed to exercise that right safely and humanely. That is the very tension our clinicians and our prosecutors are asked to manage without clear parliamentary settlement. My Lords, the human cost is all too real. Families live in fear and uncertainty. If a person, because their suffering is intolerable, wishes to exercise their lawful right to end their life, the law pushes them towards doing so alone, too often in messy, improvised and traumatic ways. Others are driven overseas. Hundreds of our fellow citizens have travelled to Switzerland to die, and those who book tickets or accompany them risk investigation on their return. Under the Forfeiture Act 1982, it is entirely plausible that if they are a beneficiary under the deceased's will, they could also be deprived of any inheritance. My Lords, this is not a humane or dignified settlement. Since the CPS began collating cases in 2009, well over 190 suspected assisted suicide cases have been referred. Enforcement is arbitrary because the framework is incoherent. No family can know in advance whether an act of love will be treated as a serious crime. The courts have done what they properly can. In the cases of Diane Pretty, Debbie Purdy, Tony Nicholson and Paul Lamb, judges recognised the failings of the law but concluded rightly that only Parliament can resolve them. And my Lords, we have also heard about the morality of assisted dying. I honour and respect those who differ from me, especially when their views are grounded in personal religious faith. But we should respect the decision of the elected House on the principle, a decision that reflects the settled view of a great many of our fellow citizens. In our democratic system, the proper role of this House is to improve the bill so that it gives effect to that decision with the greatest possible care. The bill before us is not perfect. No private member's bill on a question of this magnitude ever could be. Noble Lords have raised serious concerns about process, about safeguards, about palliative care. And ideally, this should have been a government bill drafted with the full resources of Whitehall and the time such gravity deserves. But the constructive path is not to block the bill. It is to engage with it, to strengthen it and improve it. I pay tribute to the noble and learned Lord Faulkner and the noble Baroness Lady Berger for their agreement to set up the Select Committee to hear further evidence, and that it will report back in time to allow the whole House to consider the bill through all its stages. My Lords, we should, in the same spirit, match the quality of this debate in our approach to the bill, not by defending an indefensible status quo, not by closing the door on the elected House, but by doing what we do best: rigorous scrutiny, honest debate and constructive amendment.
I've no interest to declare other than I booked the Lord's Residence Room 2 for Christian peers of all denominations to meet weekly for interesting conversations and study. The meeting starts at 1 p.m. and runs for 45 minutes. All are welcome. So, my lords, at least I've found something new to say that has not already been said. My lords, I'm a believer that there is some higher power, some spirit or energy of creation. It was there before humans came along and their religions came along, and it's here now with us. And if the human race disappears, as it might, faced with AI and climate change, that power which gives purpose, goodness, beauty and love will continue indefinitely. And for me, it is my source of hope. That power, however, also gives me the freedom of choice. I've been here since 1997, so like the noble Baroness Hayman, I've been involved in numerous attempts to change this law. But unlike her, I voted against Lord Joffe's bill in 2004, and I voted against other similar initiatives, and in 2014 I spoke and voted against Lord Falconer of Thoroton's bill. But much has changed since then, and God moves in a mysterious way, in my experience. I have come now to take a decision to change my mind. Experience has shown over recent years that change does happen to churches, and it happens to me. When I first came here, there were no women bishops. The Lord Spiritual Women Act of 2015 changed that. That's a minor change compared with this century's growth in the world population from 6.1 billion to 8.2 billion. A 25% increase in 25 years. But just think what the 2025 numbers would be if abortion had not been legalized, or there had not been wide-scale usage and advocacy of contraception. And indeed, the growth of homosexuality throughout society has reduced the number of children we would have had the churches had their way. We would have had a very much bigger population than we presently have, facing the difficulties we have with climate change. So we all have change taking place around us, including the churches. My lords, for some, dying is welcomed and is peaceful and serene. For others, it is full of difficulties, is full of great difficulties of pain, anxiety and misery, notwithstanding all the admirable efforts of palliative care. People with terminal illnesses, in my experience in recent years, I've seen dying in fear, acute pain and misery. Of course, this can be avoided, as has been said by others, if one has the money. Anyone can go to Switzerland to Dignitas for assisted dying at a price. Further, you can go virtually safe in the knowledge that it's highly unlikely that any punitive action will be taken against you. Why? Why isn't such action taken? Isn't it because most people see assistance with dying for the terminally ill is an act of caring, compassion and love? For those without the funds for that, this bill, amended as the House sees fit, provides just that, for them to do it at their homes. My lords, who am I to deny that those less able to afford it should not have that choice?
Lords, as legislators, all sorts of laws pass through our hands, the good, the bad and the ugly. All are consequential for our fellow citizens, but rarely does a bill weigh as heavily as this one. Wherever we stand, this law change could have a seismic impact on social attitudes to life, illness and death. Our task is formidable because of how many norms the bill will overturn. Just to mention a few. The bill unsettles century-old medical ethics. It rebrands assisting someone to die as a medical treatment, upending its understood meaning. The bill rewrites the role of doctors. They will no longer be guided by the do-no-harm ethos of preserving and protecting life, and instead the bill mandates that they actively engage in taking a patient's life by supplying lethal drugs that will kill them. The bill especially shakes the foundations of society's attitudes to suicide. And yes, that's the accurate word. And we know that because at present, intentionally assisting someone to end their life is a criminal offence. So this bill is forced to amend the 1961 Suicide Act to allow medical professionals to intentionally plan, prepare and assist in ending the lives of a particular group of citizens. My greatest dread is that this state licensing of suicide could unleash a regressive culture change. For decades, we've made concerted efforts to deter people from taking their own lives, as brilliantly documented last week by the Noble Lady Baroness May and the Noble Lord Jackson. But now just a pause. For any of us who've known family or friends who've committed suicide, it's gut-wrenchingly tragic and brings an especially visceral and raw grief. This is compounded by a guilt as loved ones endlessly soul search, totally unfairly blaming themselves. What more could we have done? It's why if we see someone about to jump from the bridge, even if they give us 100 objective reasons why their life is not worth living, even that they've only got a few months to live, we don't just shrug and walk on, we cling on to them and we plead, don't do it, don't jump. All this reflects our deep humanistic intuition that when a person acts to end their life, it should be resisted with all the energy society can muster. But what happens culturally when the state shouts, jump, or rather agrees with those who say, ending my life is a compassionate choice? I especially worry what message this sends to the young, already often nihilistic and prone to anxiety, self-harm and mental health problems. When we debated the censorious Online Safety Act, those of us who raised its negative impact on free speech were metaphorically slapped down, hectored that one indisputable reason for that law was to close down suicide sites, something echoed by the Prime Minister only yesterday, and we had to protect the young from malign online suicide influencers. But I worry this bill that we're debating today is a legislative embodiment of a suicide influencer. What do we think will happen when we tell newly franchised teens that in some instances taking your own life equates to dying in dignity? Saying it's restricted to those with terminal illnesses just won't wash with a generation immersed in the language of rights and entitlements. Why not assist me when I'm suffering so much? Why am I being discriminated against? Which brings me to my final point. We've heard some very fine speeches from supporters of the bill stressing the importance of autonomy and giving people control of their lives, sentiments I'm usually a champion of in a political term. But when used to justify the state having a role in ending human life, forgive my squeamishness. But for those passionately stating, my body, my life, my choice, why back a bill limiting that choice to the terminally ill? Surely, logically, that right should apply to anyone who wants to kill themselves. And no doubt this logic will lead to demands to expand the law, and God help us once human rights lawyers get involved. As I said, we have a weighty responsibility to ensure such nightmarish, unintended consequences don't become a reality.
The last time your Lordships has debated assisted dying was October 2021. More than 130 noble lords signed up for the debate. I did not. I was a relatively new member of the House, and I thought with so many speakers, someone was bound to say what I thought. But that was not the case. Everyone I heard spoke eloquently, passionately, persuasively, but everyone had made up their mind for or against, and I felt I was torn in two directions. But in the last 4 years, I've settled, and I'm in favour of this bill, because this bill addresses one of my chief hesitations that day. That day, it felt as though Baroness Meach's bill was a foot in the door, and it would inevitably get wider. This bill is framed very precisely. It's for the terminally ill, in the last 6 months of their life with capacity. It excludes a large number of people. I know that distresses my noble friend Baroness Murphy, but mentally ill, depressed, people with dementia will not be part of this bill, and I think that is right, and I think that's a reminder to us and people in the country that we should have an advanced care plan that helps our relatives and our doctors to know what to do when we do lose capacity. My second point is about the safeguards. The safeguards in this bill are elaborate. I fear that they may be too elaborate. Last week, Lord Meston reminded us that the first attempt for such a bill foundered because it was felt the safeguards were too cumbersome. I wonder what the panel would do. It feels to me that the keys are that the patient is in control and that there need to be two doctors, two expert, senior, and independent from each other doctors. One of them probably a consultant in the disease that the terminally ill patient suffers, and the other a consultant in palliative care. And with that amount of assurance, I think people at the end of their lives should be able to proceed rather quicker than all this bureaucracy would suggest. I was a bureaucrat. The idea that bureaucracy makes things safer, I think, is sadly wrong. But one bit of safeguarding that I ask to be included is what happens to the unused doses. Last week, Baroness Heyman reminded us that up to 40% of doses in Oregon are not used. Could there be a line about whether they are destroyed, whether they are kept by the doctor for future use? It feels to me that that needs to be addressed. My last point, my lords, is about that this bill is so important that we need to get cracking. A lot of people hesitate because it's a private member's bill, but I would remind your lordship's house that usually these societal issues start as private members' bill. Sidney Silverman has already been mentioned, and his efforts were a private members' bill. This is the same, but this clearly needs greater government help and attention if this is to become law. I hope it does become law. I hope we can improve it, but even if it's not changed, I would vote in favour.
In a house packed to the gunwales with legal, medical and moral experts, it's almost impertinent to intervene. But along with many noble lords, I have had unprecedented lobbying on this bill, and it is only respectful to those who have contacted me to say a few words. In one of the most significant second readings in my 27 years in this House, we have watched loved ones die, my lords, sometimes peacefully, sometimes in drawn-out struggle. And like many noble lords, I am conflicted on this end-of-life bill. I voted against the last bill to come before us some years ago. However, in the intervening years, I have tried to see the arguments for self-determination at the end of one's life and acknowledge the current, totally inadequate position of the law in this area. After all, in nearly every other aspect of our lives, my lords, we are able to practice autonomy in our decision-making. Well, those of us with agency are. So why not self-determination in death? If that is our wish, and if life has become unbearable. Yet still, my lords, I can't dismiss the misgivings I have when it comes to my noble friend's bill. Not religious misgivings, I'm afraid I'm a collapsed Catholic, but ones of the bill's underestimating the coercive factors in society that could affect people at their most vulnerable time, be they personal or financial, and the bill overestimating people's ability not to feel a burden on their families and caregivers. I know that in Clause 11 of the bill, regulations are to be set out to avoid this happening. But the whole issue of the bill relying so much on regulations yet to be seen has been rehearsed in the report of the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee, and they have a point. I worry we haven't yet had time to listen to those professional bodies that are hesitant about the bill and ask them about the reliability of a 6-month diagnosis. I worry about the lack of learning from other countries where assisted dying is already the law, and where we have been given examples of assisted dying being offered too quickly to those who simply need greater support. I worry too about the economics of healthcare under this bill, that assisted dying will be fully funded in our overstretched NHS, while palliative care is only partly funded, as Lord Stevenson of Birmingham highlighted last week. Choice is squeezed out in such a scenario. I do not wish to see a future where palliative care withers on the vine, while assisted dying becomes the default and cheaper option. Having said all that, my lords, the Commons has spoken and sent us this bill. And it is our responsibility now to take this bill and to make it as workable as possible for our most vulnerable citizens. As seen in the compromised reach between my noble friends Lord Faulkner of Thoroton and Baroness Berger. My lords, we have a job to do in the coming months, and the whole country is watching. Not something you often hear about your lordship's house.
My lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble lady, and at the end of her speech it's very clear that she should have had no concerns about the contribution that she would make to the debate. It was a very powerful speech. My lords, we're all the product of our experiences, and one of the most profound and shaping that I had in public life was both being the Shadow Minister and then the Minister for Disabled People. And the reason for that was the opportunity that I had over the 4 years or so in those two roles, in the people that I met, people of all ages who had thrown in front of them, sometimes over the whole of their life, and sometimes as a result of circumstances, challenges and difficulties that they faced doing the things that we all take for granted, living an independent life, working, bringing up a family, and contributing to society and making the best of what they had in front of them. Many of those people are profoundly concerned by what this bill will do to society's view of people who have challenges thrown in front of them. Now, I know that's not the intent of the promoters of the bill, but it does something fundamental about society's view of life, particularly life lived by people who have profound challenges. That is why this bill is not supported by a single organisation in this country that represents disabled people, not a single one of them. And I think we should listen to their views and take them very seriously. The second very powerful argument that we've heard in this debate, it was referred to by Baroness Fox of Buckley, is the one about choice and autonomy. But the reason why I think that argument fails in this case is because that's an argument where you're taking a decision that only impacts upon yourself and has no consequences for others. The problem is that in delivering rights and choices for those that will be the beneficiaries, if that's the right word, of this bill, you are effectively taking away choices and opportunities from others. There are competing rights, and it is always the case that when we have competing rights, we have the most difficult decisions to make, and they're always the most charged political conversations that we have. The second reason why that argument fails is for choice to mean anything, it has to be a meaningful choice. And we do not have in this country, we have some excellent palliative care, but it is not universally available to everybody. And in the government's 10-year plan for the NHS, there is no plan and no ambition to make it so, not even at the end of that 10-year period. And I'm afraid, my lords, a choice without, where you have a choice for an assisted suicide, but you do not have access to good quality palliative care, is no choice at all. And the final thing that I would like to say is about being clear about what we're doing here. As Baroness Fox said, and my noble friend Baroness May of Maidenhead said last week, this is about assisted suicide. We are amending the Suicide Act to provide a defence for people taking their life. And if the promoters of this bill and those that support it find plain and clear language uncomfortable, rather than attacking those that use that plain and clear language, as they have done with my noble friend Baroness May, they should reflect perhaps upon what it is they wish to do.
My Lords, I begin by thanking the hundreds of people who have written to many of us about this bill. Their letters, often deeply personal, deserve our attention and respect. Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you. I have also listened carefully, both last Friday and again today, to the many thoughtful contributions from noble lords, each informed by personal and professional experiences. As this is a matter of conscience, I will share my own perspective. My view on the principle of this bill has been shaped, in part, by my own experiences as a carer for my late father and by the experiences of my friend, Claire O'Shea, who recently passed away at the age of 42. Claire was initially misdiagnosed with IBS and was later diagnosed with terminal gynecological cancer. In the face of her devastating diagnosis, she founded Claire's Campaign, turning her own difficult experience into a campaign for change in Wales and building a platform to amplify the voices of women who had long gone unheard. Claire said last November, "This bill legislates for people with a terminal illness diagnosis and 6 months to live. Thankfully, there aren't many of us who are facing those circumstances imminently. So for those of us who will face this reality sooner rather than later, this bill offers something really important. I have excellent palliative care, but it doesn't address all my needs and how I imagine a good death. It's not just about pain management. And for many people facing the end of life, simply having the choice, even if they never act on that choice, can bring immense comfort. And for those reasons, I support the principle of this bill. Clear communication in healthcare is vital, especially when facing complex decisions. That's why I want to highlight the clause in this bill secured by my colleague in the other place, Liz Saville-Roberts, which requires that all reasonable steps be taken to ensure access to assisted dying services in the Welsh medium. Imagine discussing such sensitive matters with your GP and being unable to use your first language. Welsh speakers must be able to receive care yn eu mamiaith, in their mother tongue. And however, I must raise a serious concern, the constitutional implications of this bill for Wales. While the criminal law remains reserved, health is not, and this bill, if passed, will have serious consequences on a completely devolved matter in Wales. Just less than a year ago, the Senedd debated assisted dying. The result, 19 in favour, 26 against. Those voting against included the First Minister and the Health Minister. So I ask the House, if this bill proceeds here at Westminster, are we comfortable asking a Welsh Government minister who has voted against the principle of assisted dying to make the decision on whether to deliver this service within the NHS in Wales? Shouldn't the Senedd have the first say on whether such a service should be introduced in Wales at all? It is the Senedd's role to scrutinise the delivery of health services in Wales, and it is the Welsh Government's budget that would fund any new service. In committee in the other place, a provision was inserted to reflect the need for devolved consent. Regrettably, this was removed at report. This is deeply problematic. There is a strong argument that this bill, in its entirety, engages devolved responsibilities. Restoring a requirement for the Senedd's consent makes sense, regardless of what your view might be on the bill's principle. My Lords, as this bill continues its passage through this House, I urge all noble lords to reflect carefully not only on the moral weight of the matter before us, but also on the constitutional responsibility we bear. We must respect the role of devolved parliaments in matters that are clearly in their responsibility.
My Lords, it is a privilege to speak today and contribute to a debate that has been characterised by such thoughtful, considered and respectful speeches from all points of view. However, I rise to speak to the dangers of this bill and to add my voice to those who believe this bill should not proceed. This nation was founded on the principle that every human being is not just of value, but of infinite value. It is what has led this nation to be a world leader in our care for the poor, the refugee, for children, for the elderly, and for those with disabilities. It is all too easy to make laws that are well motivated, but that have unintended consequences. All of us are moved when we hear stories of people who are experiencing significant suffering and who feel that they cannot go on. But this bill does not address that issue. And there is a danger that this bill will put vulnerable, the elderly, the poor, the lonely, and people with disabilities, particularly at risk. I know that many in this House are sympathetic to this bill. We are people who are used to being in control. We're used to being listened to and to being heard. It is why many here do not fear this legislation, in fact, quite like this legislation. The idea of being in control right the way to the end of our days is an appealing one. But life is not like that for most people. And this ought to be of particular concern to us as we face a future with increasing pressure on social care and the NHS as more people live for longer and the cost of care increases. It is not hard to see how assisted suicide could over time be portrayed to the elderly or people with disabilities as a way not to be a burden to loved ones. We need to listen to the voices not just of celebrity endorsers of the bill, but of the vulnerable too. There is a reason why over 350 disability groups oppose this bill. I'm also concerned about people feeling a burden to the state. A Canadian report, as we've heard this morning, has projected savings of up to nearly $150 million each year as a result of the country's medical assistance in dying programme. In a context where there often aren't enough hospital beds and there is a shortage of hospital and care staff, it is not impossible to imagine vulnerable people feeling a duty to choose assisted suicide or being subtly coerced by a misguided or even sinister word from a frustrated family member or a medical profession. In fact, a professional colleague recently said to me that in Canada, the common recommendation has become that if you're over 60, don't go to hospital on your own. That's a pretty drastic state of affairs. Where good palliative and social care are lacking, demand for assisted suicide will grow, and the danger is it will fill a gap in places where palliative care services are inadequate. Last week, as we've heard, there was an oral question on the suicide prevention strategy. I listened to the concerns from all corners of the House and the determination from the government front benches to ensure that everyone had the appropriate support so that no one would ever be tempted to choose a suicide pathway. And yet here we have a bill being debated in the same chamber wanting to legalise this pathway. This bill passed the Commons with a small and decreasing majority before the summer. Over the summer, we were given a moment to pause and to stop and examine ourselves as a nation. Is this the sort of nation we want to be, where protection is removed for the vulnerable, the poorest, the elderly and those with disabilities, where budgets for health provision can be cut because the vulnerable are being encouraged to choose death? I can just hear the Department of Health working through the budgetary reductions with the OBR based on the percentage increase of those expected to choose assisted dying. I believe this country can be better than this, that we should be having a different conversation, and that the palliative care we provide for those who are terminally ill could be developed to become a world leader. Now that would be an ambitious vision that would be worth voting for.
My Lords, my reason for rising to speak in this debate is that I also feel that the very many people who've written to us all deserve to know where each of us stands. I support the introduction of a carefully circumscribed assisted dying regime along the lines of this bill. I have seen two very severely ill immediate family members have the times of their deaths determined by a combination of medical practitioners and other close family members. And if such decisions can be made on behalf of individuals who are very ill but who are not capable of making the decisions themselves, I ask myself, why should we deny a similar right to people who can make such decisions? My Lords, I firmly believe that any moral or religious Rubicon over the determination of the time of a person's death in this country was crossed long ago. If I have significant doubts over the bill, it is very much those of the noble Lord MacDonald of Salford, over whether the safeguards within it risk imposing excessive bureaucracy to the detriment of effective protection of the individual. Now, many have criticised the bill for the extent of its delegated powers, and if this was a government bill, of course I would also be appalled. But in this case, of a private member's bill, where it is clearly not a question of the promoters taking powers for themselves without proper scrutiny, I am not unduly concerned. The committee raises important questions, and quite properly and importantly, those delegated power issues will be carefully considered, I know, in committee. On the passage of this bill through the House, I feel strongly with others that we must return it to the other place. It is a bill that has already been through the other place, and it is a bill which has wide public support. It will be extensively scrutinised and no doubt improved by this House, and it should then be returned to the other place in the normal course. And in that connection, I add my thanks to the noble Baroness Lady Berger and to the promoters of this bill for agreeing on an improved scrutiny process. So, my Lords, I believe this is an important bill. It is a bill that needs much more scrutiny, but it is a bill that would further improve the dignity of dying in this country, and I hope the House gives it a second reading.
My Lords, I'm not a medical expert or a lawyer, but I am a trained historian, and I can say that the international precedents for assisted dying or assisted suicide are not good. When William Beveridge set out his report on the future welfare state, the idea was to support life from the cradle to the grave. And when Nye Bevan established the NHS in 1948, it was established with the goal to preserve life and improve health outcomes for all. Assisted dying simply had no place in the founding principles of the NHS. For 2,500 years, the Hippocratic Oath has been a foundational code of medical ethics, and the principle do no harm has been a central tenet all those years. Many doctors and medical professionals are uneasy about crossing that line, and so they should be, as the trust between doctor and patient is at the core of the patient-doctor relationship. The societal impact of changing the relationship between doctor and patient will be profound and may well lead to fear and mistrust, as noble lords have heard. The person before you may not simply be there to care for you, but to actively end your life. Dying a painful death, which does affect about 5% of people, but is not a ground for assisted death under the bill, underlines the key point that more resources should be put into our Cinderella palliative care and research services. And while 1 in 20 may die a painful death, terrible as that is, in the Netherlands, where assisted dying is well established, 1 in 4 deaths are now assisted suicides, showing that the painful end is not the main reason for people to seek a state-enabled suicide. Noble Lords with legal training will be aware that despite the government's statement that the bill is compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights, Article 2 of the ECHR protects the right to life. It does so by placing 2 obligations on the state: the positive obligation to protect the right to life by law, and negative obligation not to intentionally deprive the individual of life. My second major concern about this bill is the issue of coercion. Despite it being mentioned throughout the bill and being made a criminal offence under Clause 34, it is almost impossible to prove and police, as Noble Lords have indicated. According to the Home Office's own figures, 50% of coercive cases are dropped through lack of evidence, and only 5% result in conviction. Internationally, as research from the excellent House of Lords Library has shown, known and proven cases of coercion in jurisdictions which allow assisted dying are few and far between. Subtle coercion is well nigh impossible to prove. In any event, the most common reason for people choosing assisted dying elsewhere is the fear of becoming a burden to others, a form of self-coercion, not the fear of a painful death. At a time when the UK is about to see the biggest transfer of wealth in its history, with £7 trillion moving between generations by 2050, primarily from the baby boomers, this is not the time to pass this assisted suicide bill. Nor should we as a society normalise suicide, as has been mentioned. Studies show assisted suicide laws have led to a substantial increase in total suicide rates, including unassisted suicides. And the most affected group by this legislative change is women. The bill as drafted has simply too many flaws, in my view, and unintended consequences, as your lordships have heard at length. It should be rejected.
My noble lords, there are passionately held views on the subject before us, and the informed and respectful deliberation so far shows your lordship's house at its best. We are being asked to legislate for autonomy, but we also have a duty to set out that principle within the reality of our unequal society. I am deeply concerned that this bill, as it stands, would not only ignore, but deepen those inequalities. My views are shaped in part from learning about my mother's work as a counsellor in a palliative care unit and the hours I spent at the bedside of 3 of my grandparents as they neared the end, including as they took their last breaths. And while I am one of the younger members of this place, and I hope I've got at least another 50 years ahead of me, I have thought about the end of my life, and ideally, I would like to die naturally at home, and if needed, with access to the high-quality palliative care that everyone deserves. While I would not want an assisted death, I recognise that some noble lords do, as expressed during this debate. We are fortunate. As noble lords, we have a voice, above-average resources, and agency. The ability to make our own choices, free from interference, prejudice, coercion, or undue influence. But assisted dying, if introduced, would not only exist as a choice for us and other comparatively fortunate people, it would also enter the lives of those most at risk, people already overlooked, unprotected, and vulnerable at the end of life. It was a privilege to be a Member of Parliament for almost a decade, and I have so many fond memories of my former constituents. But some of the most searing moments I experienced as a member of the other place came at my weekly surgeries. The first time I heard someone speak openly in the most unsavoury terms about wanting a family member dead, I shook. I was appalled, and I could not believe what I was hearing. I was naive to think that this would be an isolated case. I have also not forgotten the words and realities of too many former constituents, people isolated and abused in their own homes, sometimes for decades, in fear for their own lives, people who felt like a burden because of long-term illness or serious mental health conditions, especially the elderly, and people treated as though their lives were worth less because they had a disability. Many were from low-income backgrounds, facing not only poor health, but the crushing stress of unaffordable care costs. These voices still ring in my ears and motivate me profoundly as I consider this bill, alongside the many powerful representations we have heard in recent weeks, including, as we've heard from other members, there is no organisation of or for disabled people in this country who support this bill. In considering who this bill might benefit by giving them more autonomy, we must equally consider who it may harm by taking their autonomy away. Yeah. We have a duty in this House to test the bill's safeguards when they meet reality. And I think we must also consider the role of family members and carers. This bill does not require their involvement. It does not even guarantee they will be informed. Yet these are exactly the people who know a patient best, who may spot signs of coercion, confusion, or fear that professionals might miss. And their exclusion is not just a procedural oversight, it is a moral failing. In conclusion, if this bill passes, the relationship between vulnerable people and their doctors and the state would change forever. There would be no going back. This bill touches the deepest and most exposed moments of human life. It demands our utmost scrutiny, not just in principle, but in practice. And in practice, it currently falls short. We cannot legislate for irreversible decisions on the basis of incomplete protections. My Lords, we have important work to do.
Like many noble lords, I come at this debate from a point of personal experience. My mum, Judy, was 62, a fit and healthy Macmillan nurse when, out of the blue, she was diagnosed with terminal cancer and given weeks to live. She was taken to a hospice 3 weeks later, barely conscious, and very quickly the clinicians gathered round her next of kin and suggested that she was in a lot of pain, she didn't have long, and maybe helping her to take an earlier train would be the kind thing to do. We all agreed, and we all thank that hospice to this day for that kind and peaceful death that they gave her. This happened not in some faraway land, but right here in the UK. And I think we are all probably aware of many such instances in the UK where informally and quietly terminally ill people are helped to have a kinder, compassionate, pain-free death. It is that experience which is why I am in favour of finding a way to allow other people to experience that kinder, safer death in a way of their choosing. And I know from talking to many terminally ill people, it gives them great comfort knowing that they could have that ability to take that earlier train home. I do understand the concerns of many noble lords here. I do understand for some it's a point of principle of religious or moral reasons. And I understand for many others the concerns that they have, the risks presented by the bill, which is why I support the approach taken by Baroness Berger in terms of the amendment to have select committees to scrutinise that the bill, to make the bill as best as it can possibly be, which is, after all, what we do best in the Lords. However, I do believe arguments against this bill in terms of burden on the NHS can be addressed by making sure that this bill enables provision by the voluntary sector, just as happens with our excellent hospices, which are majority funded by voluntary rather than government money. So I don't believe that arguments about undue burden on the NHS are ones that should be reasons to oppose this bill. I would also like to make the point that after speaking to many terminally ill people, I think it is wrong to equate their wish to die in comfort without pain with suicide. My experience is that these people very much want to live, but unfortunately know that they will shortly die, and so want to be able to have that choice to do that in a way of their choosing, with comfort and in a pain-free way. So instead, to conclude, I believe that this bill is about choices, whether terminally ill people are given the choice voluntarily to face a kinder, pain-free death, whether they should be able to take that earlier train home, or whether we should choose that choice should be denied to them because we feel that somehow they're not fit to make that choice or may have felt coerced into it. I believe that giving people that choice is a fundamental right, and that's why I want to work on this bill to make sure we do it in the kindest and safest way.
Honour to participate in the debate this afternoon. I want to thank particularly Baroness Thornton for her excellent opening speech. My Lords, I support this bill, and as many know, some know, that I've been on both sides of this debate over the years. I remember Lord Joffre's bill in 2005 and voted against it. But then, as I went deeper into the subject, I began to realise that the Christian faith had very little to say directly about this modern issue. And this shocked me very deeply, and I then explored more the experience of people going through shocking experiences of pain and indignity. And you and I have heard many of these stories as survey after survey show that some 75% of our population, our fellow citizens, want a change in the law. And it is right that the bishops have spoken so powerfully and well in this debate. But the irony is that they are not representing their own church in this matter. I'm doing that this afternoon with others. While in addition, there are many, many Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, and other worshippers who are also in favour of the legislation led by Rabbi Jonathan Romain of Religious Alliance for Dignity in Dying. My Lords, the bishops will know this. I'm not haranguing them this afternoon, but they will know that in Christian spirituality there is a prayer called the Jesus Prayer. It stems from a blind man, Bartimaeus, calling to Jesus from the wayside, "Lord, have mercy. Eleison me, have mercy upon me." And this cry, my Lords, we must hear in this debate, and we have heard it. Compassion, mercy, the act of kindness with the art of healing is that of accompanying a pain-ridden person to the point of death, alleviating their sufferings, even if it requires powerful opioids to give them the peace they seek. My Lords, secondly, in this debate there's been some questioning of the legislation. The Right Honourable Baroness May used the graphic phrase "licence to kill" to describe the legislation. Much as I respect the Right Honourable Lady, and I indeed do, I resist this description, and I believe that this bill gives safeguards and protections that without question will resist abuse, and we may want to add to those safeguards. My Lords, may I add with temerity a rhetorical question addressed to the bishops' benches, but I think to us all. Do we really want to stand in the way of this bill? It will pass, whether in this session or the next. It has commanding support from the British public and passed the elected House after an unprecedented period of scrutiny. Both this House and the Church are in the midst of renewed public debate as to our role in society. And I pray, and indeed pray, that both these institutions, which I hold so dearly for the importance of our role in public life, do not risk our legitimacy by claiming that we know better than both the public and the other place.
it's an honour to follow the noble Lord, Lord Carey of Clifton. Declaring my membership of the Constitution Committee, I say first that the delegated powers in this bill are excessive. Clause 41(4) permits the Secretary of State to amend the National Health Service Act by delegated legislation. To enable that fundamental legislation dedicated to prolonging life, to enable the Minister to do the exact opposite, namely assist death, with no detail as to how that new function should be discharged, is not a proper exercise of delegated powers.
Yeah.
My Lords, turning to fundamentals, this bill is not in fact based on suffering, as others have pointed out. According to the impact statement, other regimes are based either on intolerable suffering, that is Canada, Belgium, Netherlands, etc., or terminal illness, that is some US states, Australia, New Zealand. Under this bill, those with terminal illness but are not suffering may request assisted death, but those who are suffering intolerably but are not terminally ill may not do so. Given that so much support for this bill depends on the avoidance of suffering, and so that we are all clear, may I respectfully ask the noble and learned Lord, the sponsor, to put fully on the record why this bill is not based on suffering. Next, we are told that in the impact statement, by year 10, that is in 14 years' time, given 4 years of preparation, this bill will give rise to somewhere around 7,000 assisted deaths in England and Wales a year. Given that roughly 570,000 people die every year in England and Wales, that is only around 1% of deaths. That, to my mind, raises two quite opposite questions. The first question is, if so few people are to benefit from assisted dying, is that sufficient to justify the profound change to society and to the role of the state which this bill aims to bring about? But the second and opposite question is whether we can credibly trust this 1%, apparently and perhaps somewhat bizarrely based exclusively on the experience of the largely rural state of Oregon in the western USA. If we cannot trust this estimate, is this bill the thin end of the wedge? Once the principle is conceded, will pressure to go further inevitably increase? May I ask the supporters of the bill to give the House reassurance on that important point? Finally, as many have already said, individual autonomy, which is the other main argument in this debate, cannot be exercised in isolation from the rest of society. Once the principle is conceded, everyone's doctor-patient relationship is affected. It affects all our relationships with our doctors. Similarly, the vulnerable, the inarticulate, those for whom autonomy, in inverted commas, is largely illusory, are all affected. Given these very difficult questions, including those of mental capacity, the bill's complex bureaucracy, and the role of the coroner, to give only a few examples, my Lords, in my view, we need much more substance in this bill before we can proceed any further.
My Lords, like all in this House, I have been inundated by a flood of mail by post and online on this bill, more than I have ever experienced in my almost 30 years in your Lordship's House. Unfortunately, it's not possible to answer all individually, but I would like to put on record here my appreciation to all who sent their opinions and shared personal details which were often emotional to read and most certainly must have been very emotional to write. My Lords, I lived for 3 years in the Netherlands, and recently my closest Dutch friend of many years, an intelligent, attractive, brilliant linguist and a professional interpreter, became ill with terminal cancer and was undergoing treatment for some time when she decided to end her suffering and her life. And her wishes were granted after she had fulfilled the necessary required procedures. I spoke with her brother, a retired doctor in the Netherlands, by telephone on the afternoon of the day she had died. He told me that that morning he had brought his sister home from the hospital. He said all the decisions were completely hers. She was in her own bed and in her own house, and he added movingly, and she was still a beautiful woman. My lords, I was of course very sad to lose my friend, but I felt contentment for her having the end that she wanted. And a point I would like to make clear is that my support for this bill does not in any way affect my admiration and respect for our excellent hospices, for those who wish and need hospice care. A shining example of which I'm familiar with is St Christopher's in South London, founded in 1967 as the first UK hospice, whose purpose was and is to link pain control with compassionate care. Finally, my lords, we all know that legislation on the choice of ending life, of dignity in dying, has been debated in Parliament over a number of years. The dates and details are clearly set out in the available briefing papers, and many changes were made in other places exceptionally long consideration of this bill, and no doubt will be made here. But the fundamental decision we are trying to make here is whether to give individuals the choice of ending their own lives with whatever safeguarding requirements Parliament decides. My lords, no one can disagree with the statement that in the interests of good legislation, the House should have opportunity to scrutinise and make decisions. If this can indeed be done in the timescale of Baroness Berger's amendment to report by the 7th of November, and the dates for the parliamentary session allow time to take the bill through all its phases, then it warrants support. But, my lords, please let us not forget that the fundamental question that we are looking for we're looking for the answer to, that time has come.
My lord, so much has been said about the principle and the technicalities of the bill that I thought I would use my few moments to return to the language used in the bill. Now, I realise that's a controversial thing to do because I've seen the reaction to the speech of my noble friend, Lady May, but I wish to express some solidarity with her because the argument against her has been that people wishing to access an assisted death do not actually want to die, but suicides presumably do. And I think that is a mistake. I think if one looks at the case of suicides, most of them don't want to die. Most of them want their girlfriends or their families back, or they want their fortunes restored. They want their pain taken away. The distinction is not collapses when you look at it closely. They are very much in the same position as people who are trying to avoid pain at the end of their life. So I do want to express my solidarity with the noble Baroness. But there are other points about the language. It's notable that the words death and dying hardly appear. The poison to be used is described as an approved substance. The still mysterious contraption by which it is to be administered is called an approved device. And the business itself, when you get to clause 25, you'll find it's headed administration of assistance, provision of assistance. Assistance, in fact, is the term used throughout the whole of the bill. Is this something that's going to become part of our daily language? Have you considered assistance, Mrs. Smith? My lords, we know what this is. It is euphemism, an old ancient Greek device for hiding from the gods through the use of flowery language, something of which you are ashamed. And that's what the language of this bill is constantly expressing at every turn. My lords, I think we are right to be ashamed of what is in this bill. I think we should take the opportunity not only to scrutinise it, but if we see fit, to give the Commons an opportunity to consider it in a second parliamentary session and see if their view remains as firm as it is now, which is not very firm after all, purely on the numbers. My lords, I'll only say finally one point in response to an argument that I've heard several times in the course of this debate, which that it is somehow discriminatory that some people, some well-off people, can afford to go abroad to evade the law, and that this is a discrimination which needs to be addressed by giving everybody the opportunity to evade the current law. But we never use that argument on anything else, do we? Have I ever heard that argument used when it comes to tax evasion, for example? It's a very strange argument indeed, and one that I don't think does credit to those who promote it. So with that, my lords, I would say I think this bill is one which, yes, indeed, deserves scrutiny, but we are not in any way committed or obliged to pass it. It is a private member's bill, and if it is the view of the House that it should not pass, then that is the view the House should take.
My lords, sadness and sympathy are palpable in our inboxes and in this chamber. Your lordship's house is a sobering scene. But I begin with what is missing from the bill. The letter S, the plural. As the noble Lady Berger has outlined, there's no mention of family or relative. Its premise is the Western Enlightenment view of the self and individual autonomy, which is alien to parts of the UK, let alone some of our ethnic minority communities. On the latter, I can put it no better than an article by Chinny MacDonald, Director of Theos, to The Times on the 26th of November last year, and I quote, "Many people will be familiar with the South African term Ubuntu, which means I am because you are. In her community, the Igbo of southeastern Nigeria, there's the concept of umuna, the fraternity or the community. There is the strong sense of existing not as an individual, but knitted into a family. The idea that someone who is facing death might not want to be a burden is an anathema to the West African tradition. You can't be a burden because you're not a separate entity. You're part of a whole. And anyone who has visited the northeast of England might attest to a similar thick community. But I did hear, though, also the compelling story of someone with PTSD after watching the huge syringes of drugs go into their father. There's no duty here under the bill to warn them. And what about the effect on you of witnessing the failed process that the bill outlines? Or are they just not allowed to be there? Another S, my lords, subtle. Many noble lords have spoken of subtle pressure and coercion are used in the bill by relatives, which can be hard to detect. But there's another wrong premise in the bill, that pressure comes from a person. If you join a Facebook networking group, say of fellow sufferers of the same disease, the algorithms can alter the content offered to you, or comments by others can cause you to idealise the thought of assisted dying, create a reward pathway in your brain, and even, according to studies, change the network and structure of your brain. Thus, in fact, the coercion could come from an unquantifiable force or even an algorithm, not a person. How can medical practitioners ever know if you've been pressurised like this? And though this research field is still in its infancy, could we, in 10 years, be reporting that deaths were actually through coercion on social networking? Even today, a family are suing OpenAI as they say the ChatGPT encouraged their son to take his life. Other studies are now reporting that people are more likely to return to social media reports for medical health than qualified physicians. This is the world in which we are legislating. We know this can influence elections. How can it not influence these decisions? The clause to prohibit advertising is insufficient. This bill is for an analogue age, not one on the cusp of AI. So although I support the suggestion of the Noble Lady Burgess Select Committee, I hope I'm not throwing a spanner into your timetable, because I don't think we can ignore these issues. I am an optimist, and I do hope that the 6-month timeline in the bill, again, because we are on the cusp of medical breakthroughs, will in the future become impossible. Anyone who knows parents of children with cystic fibrosis knows the new gen drugs are just transforming. How will clinicians advise when they just won't know what breakthroughs we're on the cusp of? The final S I want to talk to is, as Noble Lord Truscott said, women, and single women in particular. A meta-analysis, the best quality analysis of Oregon between 1998 and 2018, says that they have witnessed an increase in voluntary suicide in older women over the age of 65 by 50%. We know that suicide can be contagious. Are we opening up that Pandora's box again? I agree with the speech of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, to vote on the principle. This is leadership from the Church of England that the feedback to me is very welcome. As I don't view this as taking your own life. I view that it is giving your life back to God. This is a sacred act and not one the state should provide.
My Lords, I oppose this bill, largely for the reasons so eloquently articulated by my noble friend Baroness May of Maidenhead, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, and my noble friend Baroness Prentice of Banbury, whose own personal harrowing experience following her own diagnosis with cancer, a feeling of burden on her family, despite all the advantages in life she is lucky to have, speaks volumes to the pressures those less fortunate will come under if this bill becomes law. I'd like to add 2 points to those already made. First, this is not a debate about the principle of assisted dying. We aren't being asked to answer an essay question. We are being asked whether this specific bill is the right bill. Many speakers on the opposition side of this debate have drawn attention to a wide range of shortcomings within the bill. The speeches in support have on the whole focused instead on advocating the principle of assisted dying, often citing very moving stories of the suffering of those who endured a painful death or faced prosecution for helping loved ones avoid it. Horrendous though those stories were, they provide no answer to the concerns expressed about this particular bill. As my noble friend Lord Sandhurst said last week, hard cases make bad law. Secondly, I'd like to address the contention that any expansion of the bill's criteria, to the extent they're on the face of the bill at all, would need to come back before Parliament. May I remind noble lords of the interpretive force of Section 3 of the Human Rights Act 1998, which states in subsection 1, so far as it is possible to do so, primary legislation must be read and given effect in a way which is compatible with convention rights. There's judicial authority at the highest level that this can enable and indeed require a court to twist the words of legislation. For example, in the case of the Queen in A No. 2, 2002, 2 Appeal Cases 45, Lord Stayne held, in accordance with the will of Parliament as reflected in Section 3, it will sometimes be necessary to adopt an interpretation which linguistically may appear strained. The techniques to be used will not only involve the reading down of express language in statute, but also the implication of provisions. I would therefore caution noble lords against assuming that the words in this bill will be interpreted in a literal way. On the contrary, Section 3 for judicial expansionism without Parliament being reconsulted. Those concerned about considering whether this is the right bill, as opposed to being swayed by jury speeches about the principle of assisted dying, would therefore do well to treat its wording with a considerable pinch of salt, unless it is amended to exclude Section 3 of the Human Rights Act, as Section 1(5) of the Illegal Migration Act 2003 does. I respectfully invite the noble and learned Lord Falconer, in winding up this debate, to address whether he would accept such an exclusion. And if he cannot or does not give an unequivocal commitment to do so, that would clearly indicate the scope for mission creep without parliamentary scrutiny.
Like many in this House, I have always opposed a change in the law to allow for assisted dying. I understand the sincere motivations of those who desire to change the law, and I have listened to the many eloquent speeches given by peers from across the House in favour of the change. However, I have never been convinced by the idea that such a law would be the right way forward. I continue to believe that this is not the path we should go down. In addition, I strongly agree with the concerns expressed by many noble lords that such a serious issue has been introduced using the private members' process and thus has received such scant scrutiny. My lords, we are making life and death decisions today on this bill. As we do so, it behoves us to listen to the authoritative medical voices who have been publishing their views on this issue as the conversation on assisted dying has proceeded and as the bill itself has been developed. Several professional organisations have made statements on this legislation. It is not just one medical association that has given us warnings, which we might be tempted to discount as outliers. It is at least 5 organisations. First, the Royal College of Physicians said, quote, "There currently remain deficiencies that would need addressing to achieve adequate protection of patients and professionals." The RCP are neutral on the principle of this bill, but have warned that it is essential that the current bill and decisions that patients may make are considered in the current context of the NHS and healthcare in England and Wales, especially the access, availability and equity of services for people who may be terminally ill. The Royal College of Psychiatrists was even more explicit when they said that they could not support the bill in its current form, highlighting that the Mental Capacity Act does not provide a framework for assessing decisions about ending one's own life, that it is not clear what a psychiatrist's role on a multidisciplinary panel would be, and that terminal illness is a risk factor for suicide. I believe that we need to take notes of these important points. Second, the Royal College of Physicians joined forces with the Royal College of Psychiatrists on the 12th of June to warn this House again about the impact of this bill, expressing concerns about safeguarding and fears that the NHS workforce does not currently have the resource required to meet these additional demands. Third, the Royal College of Pathologists have said they could not support the bill, saying deaths following assisted dying should be notified to the coroner, just as other deaths following the administration of drugs, prescribed or not, must be. Clause 38 does not line up with the Royal College of Pathologists' advice. Fourth, also in June, the British Geriatric Society highlighted that there are inadequate safeguards to protect older people from harm. Fifth, and finally, the National Down Syndrome Policy Group added their name to those concerned about the impact of this bill on individuals with Down syndrome and learning disability. My lords, we are repeatedly told that this bill is the safest in the world. Our medical professionals and organisations caring for those affected by this bill are warning us that it falls well short. This is not the right bill to protect patients. I hope noble lords across this House will take those warnings to heart today, and we should not be coerced into believing that we must pass such flawed legislation.
My lords, I was one of 118 members of the other place who voted unsuccessfully in favour of the assisted dying bill a decade ago when it was thrown out by that House in September 2015. Notwithstanding many powerful speeches that I've listened to last Friday and again today, my position on this subject hasn't changed, and I do support this latest effort to legalise it. As we've all heard, assisted dying does have strong public support. It's also got the mandate of the elected House in our Parliament, and I do think we should
give it a fair hearing today and speed it on its way. People who suffer from an incurable condition should not be forced against their will to endure intolerable suffering. The case for change, I do believe, remains strong. It will provide terminally ill adults with the choice and dignity of a compassionate death within the law, and it will provide autonomy to those who feel they are lacking agency and control over their lives. My Lords, there is also in this House a strong agreement, I believe, that this bill is not yet perfect, and also a desire, I think, to use this House's best efforts to improve it. And I think that is what we should all focus on in coming weeks. There is one area where I think it might benefit from further debate, and that's with respect to the, in my view, rather arbitrary 6-month threshold for eligibility. I think it's worth us debating carefully whether there isn't a case instead to have a test based on clinical progression, so that assisted dying is available to adults with a progressive disease, illness or condition from which they are unlikely to recover and which can be reasonably expected to cause their death. Either way, I'm confident this House will do its job and scrutinise this bill carefully and improve it where possible and where necessary.
My Lords, this has been a most impressive debate, with the House operating at its best. We now, however, face a challenge, because the bill as drafted, frankly, is a bit of a shambles. An enormous amount of work needs to be done, both on the detail that's been raised and also on its central issues. I would add that it also contains the risk that some people will feel that they must end their lives because they fear that they become a burden on others. The noble Lord, Lord Cucker, described this bill as, quote, a very complex and serious issue that will ultimately change the relationship between the citizen and the state, and indeed between patients and doctors. And that point's also been made today. Lord Cucker pointed out also that passing this bill that makes provision for the state to pay entirely for the dying service, but not fully funding palliative care, would have wider implications, which is rather tactfully put, if I may put it like that. Indeed, this may be partly the reason, for this reason, that a clear majority of palliative care doctors are opposed to the bill in its present form. My Lords, one cause of concern which I share is the disappearance of the High Court judges from the oversight system, for reasons that are entirely understandable. But as a result, those panels are likely to be staffed mainly by those who favour the new arrangements. And we've seen in Canada how rapidly the number of assisted deaths could grow. In 7 years, they've increased from 1,000 a year to 15,000 a year. My Lords, a further major difficulty in the present bill is that while doctors can decline to be involved in the new system, hospices and care homes cannot, as bodies, opt out. Indeed, some care homes might well feel obliged to close. That would be a very serious blow to a lot of people. My Lords, this bill even includes a requirement for medical professionals to, quote, signpost, unquote, signpost patients towards information about how to access an assisted suicide if they so wish. That's an extraordinary requirement, not so different from the ordinary suicide websites which we rightly seek to prohibit. My Lords, this bill would also permit doctor shopping, where a patient refused by one doctor could simply find another who was willing to sign the documents. And there could indeed be money to be made by some people in those circumstances. My Lords, it's even the case that such suicides will be explicitly excluded from a coroner's investigation. Yet another point that needs to be looked very carefully at as this goes forward. I trust that this House will now address itself to the many amendments that are needed. They were brilliantly summarised by Baroness Butler-Sloss, while Lord Carey of Clifton spoke very powerfully on some wider issues. So that leaves me in two minds, and I'll see where we get to and before I decide to vote.
My Lords, Lord Shinkwin is taking part remotely. I invite Lord Shinkwin to speak.
My Lords, it was a day much like any other when I was diagnosed. A busy day at the office was followed by a hospital appointment to find out why, within months, my face had effectively shut down on the left side. Nothing prepared me for what came next. An MRI scan showed that a succession of mini strokes was killing me. I had 6 months left to live. The only hope was neurosurgery. I asked the neurosurgeon my odds on making a full recovery. Her reply was direct. She said, "I can't give you odds on survival." What she didn't say was, "I can help you to die." This bill would fundamentally alter the conversation a patient has with the doctor whom they trust to do no harm, as the noble Lord, Lord Truscott and others have highlighted. Notwithstanding an excruciating and painful long recovery, the surgery was a success, although I have to speak slowly to be understood, and I'm grateful for noble Lord's patience and understanding. Ironically, my shock then, and subsequently becoming, 20 years later, a member of your Lordship's House, have something in common. They were both unforeseen. And that brings me to some wise words from the 12th of March 2007, Hansard Commons 451 to 456. I quote, "Our role in scrutiny is vital. We are a legislative chamber. There will no doubt be unforeseen consequences, but they would all need to be considered." I thank the noble Lord, Lord Faulkner of Thurroton, as the words are his. It is indeed our duty to scrutinise this bill and consider all its unforeseen consequences, for they are legion. My Lords, I wonder if we have any idea of Pandora's box this bill would prise open. Many noble Lords have referred to jurisdictions where assisted dying has already been introduced. The precedents that those jurisdictions provide clearly show the chain of events that this bill would set off, not just for disabled people, but older people, young people with mental health issues, and young women with eating disorders. It is the stuff of nightmares. My little friend Baroness May of Maidenhead told us how her friend referred to the bill as the licence to kill bill. She's right. It gives the state a licence to kill the wrong type of people. My Lords, I am the wrong type. As the noble Lord Faulkner pointed out in his speech, there are savings to be made should assisted dying be introduced. This bill effectively puts a price on my head. Indeed, should it become law and precedents set elsewhere apply in the UK over time, then I face the realistic possibility as a severely disabled person of being killed as a result of legislation passed by this House. As my noble friend Lord Harper reminded us, no organisation of or for disabled people supports the bill. My Lords, I close with a plea that we do not allow anything to deter us from doing our duty and subjecting this bill, with all its unforeseen and irreversible consequences, to the scrutiny it not only deserves, but so desperately needs. I support Baroness Berger's motion.
Found the dignified words of my noble friend Lord Shinquin most powerful and persuasive, and he used the phrase Pandora's box, and I too oppose this bill. It is said that one of the lessons of history is that we do not learn lessons from history. So we must learn lessons from the history of this important matter. One can only have compassion for those who are in so much pain and suffering that they wish to end their lives. But supporters of this bill say this is a matter of choice, and I question that, because assisted dying would not be a real choice if the alternative option of high quality end-of-life palliative care is not available. This bill is based on assessing someone as being within 6 months of natural death, but such a prognosis is often unreliable. I still recall that awful time when a hospital doctor asked for my permission to turn off the machine that was basically keeping my mother alive. But I was aware of the fact that her church was praying for her and her family were praying for her. So I said no. And he said, well, that's your choice. She went on to live for several years longer, enjoying her family, in particular, her grandchildren. And as that doctor said to me some years later, wow, it was a miracle. There must be power in prayer. And I said, yeah, that's right. Those who accept a time limit of 6 months now to get the bill passed could come back again in a few years' time to shorten or even remove a time limit. And I believe in this bill there is a lack of genuine safeguards for vulnerable people. There is no longer judicial oversight, namely that a High Court judge should approve assisted suicide. And I use that word suicide not to cause offence, but I think this is really what it is. So the original key safeguard has been replaced. Psychiatrists and social workers who are to be included in the panel system have warned that there aren't enough of them to fill this role. And unfortunately, there are very well-meaning and experienced social workers who miss the abuse of children and babies. And yet this bill seeks to put even more pressure on that profession. And evidence from countries where assisted suicide is legal and available, for example in Canada, New Zealand, and the Netherlands, indicates that it's likely there will be a move from assisted suicide for the terminally ill only to those with other health conditions. The National Health Service is already under huge pressure, struggling to meet targets. This bill would put even more pressure on the NHS at precisely the wrong time. As the Health Secretary Wes Streeting MP has said, if Parliament chooses to go ahead with assisted dying, it is making a choice that this is an area to make for investment. And these choices would come at the expense of other choices. Surely, my lords, the investment should be in better palliative care for the terminally ill in hospices or care homes, ensuring a better quality of life in the last years, months, or days. In the Bible, there were 5 characters in particular who contemplated suicide: Hannah, Elijah, Job, David, and Jonah. But in each case, even during the anguish of their suffering, they eventually found that the God who created them gave them a reason to continue living until the natural time for their death. My Lords, I oppose this bill. The first duty of government is to protect its people, not to give a state licence to kill its people.
Lords, the passage of this bill owes much of its existence to my grandfather in your Lordship's house. The first voluntary euthanasia legislation bill back in 1936, introduced under the Society's aegis, was fathered and written by my grandfather. But Berkeley Moynihan was the leading surgeon of his generation. As Surgeon General in the First World War, he had the unenviable job of overseeing the medical treatment along the Western Front, where he spent many months organising treatment for the 2.5 million military personnel who were wounded. He introduced the bill at first reading. Days later, his wife of over 40 years died peacefully. He was grief-stricken in his Leeds home, sat in his office, wrote a letter about her to his son, and died a few days later from a broken heart, never to speak at second reading. It lay to the noble Lord Ponsonby and Shelbreed's great-grandfather to move his second reading opening speech. Now, Berkeley Moynihan's commitment was born of a lifetime dedicated for caring for patients, to surgery and to medicine, for which he became the first man to be elected President of the Royal College of Surgeons from outside London and the only one to be elected twice. Like him, I believe the right to die within the law is a matter of the ultimate importance and the ultimate compassion and human dignity for those approaching the end of their lives, with any decision to exercise that right to die to be taken only with the most robust legal safeguards possible, and above all, to protect the vulnerable. And if I may quote him, briefly, our desire is to obtain legal recognition for the principle that in cases of advanced and inevitably fatal disease, attended by agony which reaches or oversteps the boundaries of human endurance, the sufferer, after legal inquiry and after due observance of all safeguards, shall have the right to demand and be entitled to receive release. Now, of course, medicine has moved on, and we're blessed with ways to address many instances of the agonies which were suffered by those fighting in the Great War. In no case is it a question in this of a trade-off of palliative care or whether palliative care should be made available or not. All cases should be availed from palliative care. And I believe it's for those facing imminent death to choose to do so at a time and place of their choosing, rather than in ways which they fear and may cause intense suffering. This is not a bill compelling anyone to act against their conscience. My Lords, I was deeply moved by the speech of the noble Lord Alderdice, a man of deeply religious beliefs, who comes from a Christian perspective and can reach a different view to that of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London. I welcome the decision of the noble Baroness Lady Berger, working with Lord Faulkner, that a select committee should be set up to hear evidence. Her proposal respects the right timetable to allow, should both houses wish, to make sure that the bill goes through all its parliamentary stages. I believe my grandfather was right about providing a patient who is terminally ill, where all the legal safeguards are met, that they, like us all, should have the choice about how we die, and that is why I support this bill and the opportunities we have to improve it.
My Lords, I am grateful to all noble lords for the sincerity and the seriousness of this debate over these last few days. It has been illuminating and moving to hear so many family stories and personal testimonies. I note my interest as a carer for my father, Roy, who suffers with dementia. This time tomorrow, my dad will knock on the door of the care office in his supported living complex to address an issue of singular importance. Now, Dad will have already made this trip 4 or 5 times, and Dawn, his ever-kind and patient carer, will smile and affirm once again that he's chosen Haddock chips and paid his £7 bill. My dad will beam back and say, "Thank you, I'll see you soon." This will indeed be true. In the hours that follow, he will return many times to ask the same question. Now, I don't make light of my father's condition. All carers know that we see many dark moments, and some of the lighter moments are the ones that give us a degree of hope and happiness. But the truth is that my dad's life is immeasurably improved by the fact that he lives in a loving environment with tailored medical support, endless activity and entertainment, and an astonishing team with almost infinite capacity for kindness and compassion. Despite his diminishing and terminal condition, he has a good standard of living. And why? Because he can afford it. We have heard a great deal in your Lordship's house over the last days about choice, and I believe choice is a good thing. Hence, my concern in assessing this legislation is for those who have less choice than us, those who, unlike my father, cannot subsidise their own care in the final season of life. The most disadvantaged members of our communities already suffer increased mortality rates, the pronounced effects of health inequalities. They find it hard to see a GP, they wait longer for treatment and struggle to navigate complex health systems. And we have heard it said over and over, the NHS is currently only able to support 30% of the palliative care costs of our country. I simply cannot see how the introduction of this legislation will not pressurise those without access to first-rate care and who cannot afford to supplement what the NHS struggles to provide, like my father, how they won't turn to assisted dying not as their first choice, but as their last and final option. For noble lords sceptical of this point, we should pay attention to states who have gone this way before. In Canada, increasing numbers of patients, many of them disabled, are being driven in the direction of assisted dying due to poverty and a lack of ability to fund their own care. In Victoria, Australia, Robert Clark, the former Attorney General, has said that disadvantaged patients are likely seeking assisted dying precisely because of the problems in accessing adequate care. The same is true in the United States. In Washington, those choosing assisted dying because of concerns about their finances has risen 5-fold, from 2% to 10% of cases. And in Oregon, the percentage of patients choosing this route because they fear becoming a burden to their family has climbed from 13% to 52%. In scrutinising this bill, I hope we will learn from these countries and take a different course. Where my own choice is concerned, I have chosen to support my noble friend Baroness Berger for her intervention and support the agreement to convene a select committee. I hope that this will give us an opportunity to listen carefully to voices that have not been heard as much as they should in the procedures and the processes and the legislation before us. I look forward to working with noble lords in this House, in committee, for as long as it takes to ensure that we can give a good end for all.
My Lords, I have agonised, as we all have, about this bill. I rise to make 3 points briefly. First of all, that I support the principle of the bill. I say that as a religious person. I seek to live by a Christian narrative, and I share with many Jewish and Muslim friends, amongst many others, a belief in the givenness and the sanctity of life. But there is no simple deduction to be drawn from this as to what the state can properly permit or prohibit. And if a terminally ill person of sound mind and settled disposition wishes to end their suffering and die in dignity, I do not think that it should, in principle, be a criminal offence to assist them. Secondly, though, I share the worries of many of your noble lords about encouraging a climate of suggestibility which subtly or not so subtly influences the vulnerable. But I want just to tell a story which in effect raises the opposite issue. This occurred in a jurisdiction notorious for its relatively loose framework of legislation about assisted dying.
I disguise the details somewhat because this is still raw for those intimately concerned. But a person with terminal cancer decided to die in dignity. A family meal was held to celebrate their life. All drank a glass of champagne, and then the person went to the next room where the doctors were ready to administer the dose. In the aftermath, the spouse was grief-stricken and depressed. The grandchildren were in floods of tears and demanding to know why their grandparent had done this. And the parents, struggling with their own bereavement, had to cope with the emotional distress of 3 generations. Now, in the last analysis, we may want to acknowledge that it is the person's decision. It is their life, their death. But I can't help asking what this says about those precious human relationships being terminated along with that life. Martin Luther is said to have said that we believe alone and we die alone. Well, yes and no. So thirdly, we can only hold our heads up in defending the principle of this bill, I believe, if we ensure not only that its constraints remain robust, but that it is holistically focused on how to end life as well as possible. Above all, and so many of us have already said this, palliative care must be integral to any satisfactory approach. To that, I would add the crucial importance of mature societal discussion of what dying well means. We need to move beyond the bare assertion of a libertarian principle and beyond our sanitizing euphemisms about death. There is no way of making this simple, and it cannot just be a matter for lawyers, legislators, and care professionals. It's surely also a matter for conversation in families, in schools, in religious groups, of course, in humanist discourse, for all of us, in fact. I will support Baroness Burge's motion. Not in order to delay the bill at all. I want to see an appropriate act on the statute book in a reasonable time frame. But if this is as important as we all say it is, then we should devote the time needed, including, dare I say, and I am not an expert on procedures, including, dare I say, the Fridays in the new year that we might need if that is what it takes to getting this right.
My Lords, I refer to my interest in the Register as a founder and director of an adult social care business of 25 years. And over those 25 years, there have been many times where we have seen people who have to be looked after at the end of their lives. My Lords, I've got only a few points to make because I've listened to the excellent contributions from around the House, but my mind still remains firmly that we need to be a society that is willing to care to the last minute of every single human being that comes into this world. I'm a Sikh, born a Sikh with Hindu practices, and in the core of my faith, it is to serve, to protect, and to uphold the law. I would not want to uphold a law that takes life, because for me, life is absolutely the most precious thing that we have. My Lords, I do not want to see a change in relationship between the medical practitioners and the patients. I feel that we are really slipping down a very slippery slope if we start introducing things that afterwards we have very little control over. I was really pleased to hear from my noble friend Lord McCall last Friday when he said, in his expertise, that everything can be managed. We don't need to give pain relief when pain is too much, but at the beginning of when pain starts, to ease the pain, to make sure that the person is comfortable. A few years ago, my uncle was given a diagnosis of stomach cancer. He was really, really well looked after by Macmillan nurses and stayed in Loris for a while. And then when he felt he wanted to come home, because he knew he was coming to the end of his time. He came home and his family were around him to see him slip away. It wasn't an easy death, but it was one where we all shared time with my uncle. My lords, it is hard for me to stand here and say that all people will be well informed when I know there are many amongst my own community where women, often they have been in relationships where they have suffered abuse, coercive behaviour. How can they be given the option to make those choices for themselves when most of their decision making will not be in their hands? I worry very much for those people who cannot, for circumstances that they have no control over, will be able to take those decisions. And I really, really want to make sure that whatever we pass, whatever we do, has protections for those in our communities that do not have control over their lives, as we all think we should have. And my lords, I will finally finish with the wonderful words of my noble friend Baroness Berridge. The family, the village that we live in, is surrounded by people we love. We would never knowingly want to inflict pain on anyone, but what we would willingly do is stand by and help everyone in our family to go through the journey as smoothly as possible.
Hear, hear.
That's really good.
I am opposed to this bill partly on principle and partly on specific matters of detail. On the issue of principle, firstly, I believe this bill will radically alter our society's view of the value of life by introducing a utilitarian calculus of value. As the noble Lord Frost and others have said, if assisted dying is to be determined by that calculus, then very quickly what appears to deliver seemingly the most efficient outcome for the NHS and patients will become acceptable. That will fundamentally change the culture of medicine and the therapeutic role of doctors and carers, which we have accepted for millennia. Assisted dying is not a medical treatment. Ending life is not a therapeutic act. Most people do not believe and have never believed that doctors should be allowed to recommend a dosage of lethal substances. Secondly, the supposed defence of autonomy or optionality is perhaps not what it may seem at first sight. Once you have legalised the option for assisted dying, within no time you will have created a right to die. My lords, not one of us has exercised an option to be born. Indeed, an ancient Greek thinker in one of his gloomier moments suggested that if we could be offered a choice to be born, we should be best advised to refuse it, on the grounds that suffering is endemic to humankind. Once we establish a choice to die, then to withhold such a right will amount to discrimination against a person. And once discrimination law rises in the ascendant, there is no limit to its zenith. On matters of detail, I, like many others, have very severe doubts about the criteria for eligibility in this bill. In other countries, as we have heard, we see the rapid expansion of eligibility criteria. It has become discriminatory to restrict assisted dying to the terminally ill. We learn of assisted dying being offered to sufferers from many non-terminal physical and mental afflictions. As it stands, I now wonder whether we may have to reject the bill itself effectively to prevent incremental expansion of eligibility criteria alone. Secondly, there is abundant evidence that there is no possibility of providing 100% safeguarding against coercive influence, whether overt or covert coercion. This is probably one of the biggest questions to which this bill cannot offer an answer. Coercion is always likely to be present if you cannot get the basic care you need. We have spoken already a great deal about palliative care. The noble Lord Baker has told us that investment in palliative care is not a political alternative. Is that so? He may be right in the short term, but I do not think that to abandon such an aspiration can be endorsed as a justification for inaction. The strongest motive among terminally ill patients for requesting or desiring assisted dying is not so much insufferable pain, but their feeling abandoned, unvalued, cast aside onto a scrap heap for which no society has the care. If they can be helped to feel valued, their mentality can entirely change. Feeling a burden is one of the strongest motives for suicide. If this bill were explicitly to address intolerable suffering, then perhaps assisted dying could more respectably be presented as a last resort for intractable suffering. But in that case, palliative care should assume far greater prominence. Of the 500,000 people who die in this country every year, thousands and thousands do not have appropriate palliative care in their last 2 months. These are the people who most need our attention, and the bill as framed does not address this issue at all. Many speakers have already rehearsed several other procedural defects to this bill, including conscientious objection and opt-out clauses, the consequences for hospices, delegated powers, the certification of drugs and lethal substances, and the absence of a coroner. Many speakers have argued that the present law is untenable. Yet I believe that as it stands, this bill, if passed into law, will be seen to have numerous untenable consequences over the years. I have some sympathy with the view of the noble Lord Patten and the noble and learned Baroness Butler-Sloss that the government should take over this bill. But at the very least, I support a call for a time-limited select committee, Baroness Burgess' motion, to hear evidence that could introduce further modifications, though I suspect more and more amendments will make this bill unworkable. My Lords, the renowned Nobel Prize-winning physicist Werner Heisenberg wrote that he was firmly convinced that we must never judge political movements or legislative initiatives by their aims, however loudly proclaimed or however sincerely upheld, but only by the means they use to realize these aims. In my judgment, this bill is not safe. There are just too many defects in it that need to be dealt with. Most fundamentally, if the ultimate aim of the bill is to relieve suffering, then self-evidently the means proposed is not therapeutic.
My Lords, I must make it clear that I oppose this bill. Morally and ethically, this is the most fearful piece of proposed legislation, but beyond that, this bill is very deeply flawed. The flaws are legion. We must not lose sight of the bill's multiple deficiencies. This legislative proposal that seeks to legitimize assisted suicide is clearly unacceptable to a significant majority of conscientious medical practitioners. It is no surprise that so many leading medical organizations and medical schools have expressed very significant concerns. The bill itself includes no requirement for a person to be suffering or in pain to be eligible for an assisted suicide. And it is now notable that majority GP opposition has continued to increase significantly. There is a huge risk that this right to die will quickly translate into an expectation, even a duty of healthcare workers to facilitate death when requested. And there are no effective legal safeguards to protect the elderly and the vulnerable. The overriding necessities for the provision of universally accessible, high-quality, supportive and palliative end-of-life care have been swept aside. It is particularly striking that an overwhelming majority, between 70 and 85% of palliative care doctors, are opposed to assisted suicide. Crucially, my Lords, there are no built-in checks to protect against the inevitable risks of coercion. People with disabilities, particularly older persons, may feel subtly pressurized to end their lives. the replacement of High Court judicial oversight by a judicial panel, lawyer, psychiatrist, social worker, brings an uncontrolled risk that such panels will become staffed by those who favour assisted suicide. And such judicial panels are clearly not qualified to overrule the joint view of two expert medical practitioners. Further, those who are not actually dying would be eligible for assisted suicide, and the term terminal illness is not clearly defined. The law could be applied to those who have years of life ahead of them. We must also recognise that there has been totally insufficient pre-legislative scrutiny of this bill. No public consultation and no proper engagement with the medical profession. Most of the amendments tabled in the other place were not even debated. My Lords, there is silence as to where necessary funding will come from. Most likely it will have to be found from existing overstretched health budgets. Removing funds from palliative support that actually relieves suffering and saves lives. And there is also a real fear that funding will be subcontracted out, leading to a rapacious and callous profit-driven system. My Lords, it is now unsurprising that, contrary to Lord Faulkner's contention, support for assisted suicide from the general public is significantly waning. My Lords, really has our role in this House as a scrutinising and revising chamber been so important? It is imperative that we do not give succour to this charter for the culture of death.
What a privilege, but what a responsibility to be a part of this debate. And I think it's clear from every speaker that we all feel that responsibility. My Lords, if this legislation passes into law and subsequently proves, like all legislation, to be defective in some respects, there is no way that subsequent revisions can restore the lives of those who have succumbed to its provisions. Yeah. Nearly all noble laws, for or against, express huge anxiety about the so-called safeguarding clauses in the bill. I urge your lordships to reread these clauses. Surely they must alarm us all. Why are these clauses necessary at all? Because I think all sides agree there are real dangers of coercion, mistakes, wrong judgments, undisclosed facts that surface after the death warrants are signed. These clauses are not and can never be a guarantee of fair play. No drafting can eliminate the life and death risks arising from this bill. My Lords, these clauses represent an acceptance that there will be circumstances where mistakes, greed, ignorance, coercion, and other factors unknown are at play after enactment. Despite the fatal consequences of drafting errors and omissions, supporters of the bill are asking this House to believe that their safeguarding clauses will work exactly as drafted, that doctors can always know when you will die. No, my Lords, this bill, like all bills, will not be perfect when enacted. In real life, it is certain to prove defective, in some ways unforeseeable. Unlike other legislation, there is no redress, certainly not from the graveyard. I cannot support this bill. It is a risk too far. I've listened to the frontline palliative care specialists whose concerns easily outweigh the eloquent pleadings of the lawyers and others a long way from the front line. These are my practical objections and the reason why I believe this legislation should be put out of its misery. I will finish with some words on the underlying principle. Not my words, but the words of one Mr. James Wicks of Esher in Surrey, who wrote to the Daily Telegraph as follows: Sir, assisted suicide is not a private medical matter. It is a moral line. If Parliament crosses it, the message will be clear. Some lives are no longer worth living. No person, institution or machine is worthy to make that judgment. Yet we now find ourselves debating it as though it were just another healthcare policy. The Terminally Ill Adults End of Life Bill is not about compassion. It is the logical end of a society that has relaced shared moral foundations with individual subjectivity and duty with personal preference. We do not and cannot fully understand the mystery of life, its beginning, its purpose, or indeed its end. From that uncertainty, he writes, flows a duty to protect life, not to authorize the termination. MPs who are wavering should recognize this legislation for what it is, a profound statement about who we are and what we value. I urge them to vote against it and uphold the principle that life is not ours to dismiss. On the evidence of this debate, Mr. Wicks, I believe, speaks for the majority of this House.
My Lords, I want to focus today on the group of people that this bill actually relates to, those terminally ill patients with capacity whose death in consequence of that illness or disease can reasonably be expected within 6 months. We can argue about whether the bill should be wider or narrower in scope or not at all, but our key focus should be on scrutinising this bill, not speculating about legislation which may or may not come to us in the future. Some time ago, I sat with a very dear friend in an oncologist's office in Pietermaritzburg in South Africa, as he learnt that his prostate cancer had spread and was no longer treatable. Just over a year ago, he told me that the pain was becoming unendurable. Shortly afterwards, his daughter contacted me to say he had died. She also sent me his death certificate. I thought that strange, but then I read it and I understood why. Because under the cause of death, it states cancer, prostate, but above it, another cause is listed, organophosphate poisoning. My friend wouldn't have benefited from this bill because he lived in another country. I share his experience only because several noble lords have sought to restyle this bill as the assisted suicide bill, and like Baroness Thornton and Baroness Royal, I think that is quite wrong. My friend's death cannot in any meaningful way be described as suicide. He did not choose death over life. He wanted more than anything to live. But that was not an option open to him. His choice was between the kind of death he was to have, an immediate and tragically painful one, or the prolonged and agonizing death he had decided was unendurable. So we should be clear. We are discussing an assisted dying bill, not an assisted suicide bill. My Lords, although I believe strongly in the right of individuals to take decisions about their own lives, particularly when denying such rights may make them suffer intolerable pain in the way my friend did, I do not discount the concerns of those who oppose this bill, because alongside my belief in individual autonomy, I have an informed scepticism about the state and its institutions. I take seriously the concerns raised by the noble Lord Rees of Easton and others last Friday about inequities of NHS treatment, particularly impacting black and minority ethnic groups and people on lower incomes, and the dangers of introducing assisted dying in such a system. I was struck by the compelling speech of my noble friend Baroness Parmenter, which alerts us to the risks to people suffering eating disorders, and I also worry about the lack of value that is often put on the lives of older people and the serious concerns expressed by disabled groups. Clause 5.2 of the bill, which allows a medication about assisted dying, is particularly problematic to me, not because I believe the medical profession is full of people who want to end the lives of their patients, but simply because I know it's full of human beings. As such, it will have its share of bad actors, but more pertinently, it will have far more than its share of tired and overstretched professionals juggling competing priorities and resources. Finally, my Lords, there's the issue of coercion. Of course, most families act in the best interests of their relatives, and many make huge sacrifices to do so, but there will always be some that do not. We must make sure that the safeguards in the bill are workable and effective. My Lords, I close by thanking all those who have written to me or spoken to me with great conviction on either side of the debate. In many ways, I envy their certainty, not because I lack clarity on where I stand on the principle of the bill, but because I find it harder to discount the flaws both in the existing state of the law and in the bill that is before us. I therefore welcome the agreement to hold a select committee to take evidence, and I look forward to detailed deliberations on the bill.
My Lords, over the past 2 days of debate, we have heard sincere and often moving contributions from every side of the House. The arguments for and against assisted dying touch on the most profound questions of life, death, autonomy and compassion. I have also received a large number of letters and emails from the public, some urging reform, others expressing grave concern. What unites them is a strength of feeling and the urgency of this issue. The case against change is serious. Many fear that legalising assisted dying would undermine the sanctity of life, send the wrong message to those who feel themselves a burden, or erode the doctor-patient relationship. Some point to examples abroad where over time laws have been expanded and ask whether we can ever be certain that similar pressures will not emerge here. Others remind us of the patchy provision of palliative care and argue that real choice does not exist until every dying person can be confident of the very best care at the end of life. These concerns deserve to be heard with respect. And yet the arguments in favour are no less compelling. For all our advances in medicine, palliative care cannot always relieve suffering. Too many families have watched a loved one endure a prolonged and degrading death, or else travel abroad, often alone, to places like Switzerland, because the law here forces them into exile. Those who cannot travel sometimes resort to desperate means. In these cases, the current law does not protect the vulnerable, it abandons them. It is regrettable that no government has yet established a royal commission to examine this question fully, despite clear and enduring need. For over 20 years, efforts to legislate have drawn on international evidence and proposed careful safeguards, but each has faltered, leaving the cost borne not by us in Parliament, but by dying people and their families. That failure of political will should not prevent us from addressing the issue now. But alongside reform, we must also act to strengthen existing provision. I therefore hope the government will do more to ensure palliative care is properly and fairly funded, so that nobody feels forced into a choice by a lack of support. And in taking this step, we can draw on the experience of others. We are not without guidance. Over 300 million people worldwide now live in jurisdictions where assisted dying is legal for the terminally ill. No country has taken this cautious route, has ever reversed its law. And the evidence shows that, far from undermining palliative care, such laws often strengthen it. This bill seeks to offer choice, not compulsion, under the tightest safeguards ever proposed. Multiple medical assessments, an independent multidisciplinary panel, and new coercive offences carrying life sentences. It has been scrutinised for over hundreds of hours in the Commons, amended repeatedly, and now comes to us for further examination. I therefore welcome and support the initiative of Baroness Berger and Lord Faulkner to establish a select committee so further evidence can be gathered and considered without delaying the bill's progress. My Lords, the question before us is not whether dying people should suffer. None of us wish that, but whether we should give them that right under strict conditions to decide for themselves when suffering from unbearable condition. To deny them that choice is to impose our values at the most intimate moment of another's life. To grant it shows compassion, respect, autonomy, and to protect the vulnerable through law rather than turning a blind eye. That is why, after weighing both sides, I will support the bill.
My Lords, The Assisted Dying Bill presents one of the most profound moral and legal questions of our time: how to balance personal autonomy with the duty to protect society's most vulnerable. It asks whether we can lawfully offer people a choice over the manner and timing of their death while preventing pressure, abuse or error that would put the frail and dependent at risk. That tension between respecting individual liberty and safeguarding life demands legislation that is morally clear, legally robust, and equipped with uncompromising safeguards. This bill is presented as compassionate, but it sets us on a dangerous drift. In other countries, what began for the terminally ill has widened to include the chronically ill, the disabled, and people with mental illness. In Canada, legislation led to a 15.8% increase between 2022 and 2023 under medical assistance in dying. One point that has been made numerous times in this debate is that vulnerable old people could be coerced by their children or other relatives driven by selfish interests into prematurely choosing assisted suicide. My concern is for those who have no children, because in reality, most children love their parents deeply and would go to any length to protect and shield them. That love is a safeguard in itself. However, increasingly, many young people are choosing to remain single and childless. That is their choice, but it brings with it a deep vulnerability. If safeguards erode, we risk reaching a point where strangers, doctors, officials, even the state could decide that certain people are expendable, especially when there is no one left to protect or speak for them, and they are merely seen as a burden and a cost to the state. This bill leaves too many safeguards unclear. At what precise point would professionals have legal permission to end a life? How can we ever be certain that consent is genuine and not born of fear, depression, or loneliness? These are not minor details. They are matters of life and death. And let us not assume assisted death means a good death. We know from documented cases of state executions in the United States that lethal injections can take far longer than intended, with visible suffering. If even executions by professionals sometimes go horribly wrong, is it unrealistic to assume that assisted dying under this bill will always be safe or dignified? On a personal note, my late parents, who were exceptional people of strong faith, would say that the time of death, the place of death, and the manner of each person's dying are preordained. Far from being a cause of fear, such belief allows one to live with courage, knowing that the end is not ours to determine. I'm aware that even as we speak, there are those in terrible pain and suffering, but true compassion is not found in offering death. It is found in ensuring no one dies in pain and no one dies alone, with proper investment in palliative care, in pain relief, and in social support, especially for those who have no family to care for them. My Lords, this debate is not just about individual choice. It is a question of what future generations will inherit, whether we remain a society that protects the vulnerable and honours life in all its frailty, or whether we enable a quiet erosion of the value of life. Our responsibility is to preserve the intrinsic value of every individual, and that is why I cannot support this bill.
My Lords, I watched as my late husband and partner of 31 years died, knowing there was a better, more humane way. When my dear friend of many, many years suffered for months, she knew there was another way, and she implored me to help, and my Lords, I did. I was prepared to break the law as I contacted clinics in the Netherlands and Switzerland. However, it was to come to nothing. But these, my Lords, are the words of an observer. I would rather you hear the words of someone facing death, my dear friend, Elise. She writes,
I'm 51 years old and I have secondary cancer of the lungs, liver and bones. Or to put it bluntly, I'm dying. I was diagnosed just over a year ago. My medical team are very reluctant to give me a number, but I have been told that people with similar conditions can expect to live for around 2 years. I'll let you do the maths. I have just been told that my life-extending drugs have stopped working, and I'm in a horrible limbo, awaiting test results to determine the next course of action and hoping against hope that my liver holds out until I can get onto a different medication. I'm absolutely terrified. I'm not telling you this to garner pity, believe me, because I am living my very best end of life. I am surrounded by beautiful family and friends and immersing myself in art and culture and genuinely having as much fun as is humanly possible. I try to find the joy every single day. But some days that's harder than others, not least because I know that one day things will start to deteriorate and the pain, which on bad days is already pretty bad, will become intolerable. I have witnessed terminal illness close up. I've seen a long, painful, drawn-out death. It was deeply traumatic. I still have nightmares about it. I can still smell it and taste it. I do not want that for myself. Indeed, I do not want that for anyone. This bill is urgent. The stakes couldn't be higher. It is 100 years in the making, and it cannot come soon enough. And much as I'd love to be a medical miracle and defy the odds, if it does pass, it will probably come too late for me. But I'm asking peers to vote in favour in the hope that it will save the unnecessary pain and suffering that many hundreds, indeed thousands of people like me and their families. Since becoming part of the campaign, I've heard the most harrowing end-of-life experiences from people I now consider my friends. People like Gareth, whose father blew his head off with a shotgun, and Lucy, whose partner Tom eventually suffocated after hours of fecal vomiting. Every single story breaks my heart all over again, not least because there could have been another way. And that is why this vote is so important. It's a vote for another way, a more progressive, compassionate way, a vote for choice for terminally ill people. I do not want to die, of course I don't. I'm having the time of my life right now. Truly, there's something about a terminal diagnosis that makes you really live life to the full. But I do have to face reality. I've had a pretty good life, and I want a good death. I deserve a good death. And I would challenge any peer that votes against to look me in the eye and tell me why I don't deserve that, why I don't deserve to die in dignity. These, my lords, the words of my friend, Elise Burns, about a bill that does not impose choice, but allows it.
My lords, anything I say will probably have been said before, so fortuitously I shall not speak for long, which will please the government whips. On both sides there have been some outstanding speeches over both days, and I think we can all appreciate that this is hugely complex. People very often tend to speak from their own position, and I've spoken to several older peers who wanted to be able to die in their own time so they would support the bill. I've had innumerable emails and letters from both sides, and I thank people that sent them. Some were very informative. The majority were opposed to the bill. Now, I understand the dilemma. I'm already 74, and should I be terminally ill and suffering, I would wish to be able to take my own opportunity to die. I probably need to find some poison, because that may not work for a handicapped or disabled person who can no longer take a drug. But this does not mean that I support the bill. For me, there are two big issues. First, for some reason, society strives far too hard to keep very ill, dying people alive. We shall die, and we must all accept that. As a Christian, I have absolutely no idea if there's an afterlife. Perhaps the bishops might fill me in later. But I do know that I shall die. I hope I can die cleanly and without pain. Part of this problem was Harold Shipman over a quarter of a century ago, a murderous doctor, and he's prevented what used to be actually quite common, namely that doctors would increase morphine to very sick, dying patients, which led to their relatively simple and relatively comfortable death.
Yes, yeah.
And the idea that you could prosecute a doctor for assisting in imminent death seems to me rather foolish, but apparently it happens. We should educate everybody better to understand that death happens and we cannot always cling to life. The COVID experience, where the entire economy and our children's future was sacrificed because this nasty disease was killing people, most of whom were in their late 80s or more likely over 80, late 70s or more likely over 80, is surely an example of how we should be aware that people will die, and we should accept that. But the second major issue against this bill relates to coercion, and that coercion may be unintended, and an old person can see that continuing life will reduce the prospects of the inheritance of their children. Indeed, the children might easily not wish the elderly parent to die, but the parent might decide that that was best for them. Some 30-odd years ago, I was a new MP, and the major government introduced a scheme where people entering care would have to sell their houses to pay for that care. I think I've got that right. This, of course, remains a big issue for governments. I recall a queue of people coming to my advice session, and they'd say, but our mother wants us to inherit our house. I pointed out that people save for old age, and I was still re-elected, by the way. However, it's only one small step beyond that to hint, to encourage, or to push a decaying relative to go for assisted suicide to avoid care home bills. Now, finally, this bill is seriously flawed. As many have said, this is an extraordinary change to our law. It changes the general attitude to death and indeed to doctors. It changes one of the basic tenets of our society. Suicide was a criminal act until 1961, which was in my lifetime. Now we're going to change it in my lifetime by allowing assisted suicide, and it is assisting suicide. This will destroy the Hippocratic Oath and the maxim, first, do no harm. And it's being brought forward without the proper consideration it should certainly have. The Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee and the Select Committee on the Constitution have pointed out huge weaknesses, especially regarding lack of proper regulation and scrutiny. I cannot therefore support the bill, although I can see the merit of allowing suffering people to die more peacefully.
My Lords, I must declare my roles in palliative medicine, caring for thousands of dying patients over decades and in living and dying well. This bill, as written, does not improve patient choice or control. True choice would ensure patients get the care they need. Control will rest with the doctors who can initiate the conversation and are the gatekeepers on eligibility for lethal drugs. My Lords, supporting a patient who wants to stop treatment is not assisted suicide. Stopping unwanted treatment allows life to close in a timely way. The person dies of their underlying disease, it is good care. Training in palliative care is lamentably poor across most of healthcare. Ignorance of pain and symptom control management is widespread across the globe. Morphine to control pain does not kill, although some mistakenly think it does. It provides comfort as life slips away. Specialist palliative care can save millions a year to the NHS through care that meets needs, substantially improves well-being and comfort, and avoids unnecessary interventions. It does not keep people alive who do not want to keep living. The bill's impact assessment suggests there will be up to 4,500 assisted deaths by year 10. This bill does nothing for the over 500,000 people dying each year on whom it will have a profound impact. Many with needs not addressed, but wanting to live better right to the end of their lives. They are unheard, already often made to feel a burden, fear being persuaded to take lethal drugs, and they face their local services further eroded to fund the assisted death service. It is unethical for us to pass poor legislation for a state-provided NHS assisted death service while leaving the care of 500,000 dying people to be patchy, often inadequate, and at best subsidised ad hoc by struggling charities. Throughout, we've heard horror stories of bad care, inadequate or appalling management, especially out of hours. The bill doesn't require any attempt to relieve pain or suffering, even if they're present. It puts the power in the hands of the two assessing doctors who may know nothing about the conditions of the person, who cannot detect undue influence or coercion, and whose motivation may be opaque. Prognosis is a guess, and diagnostic errors are common. These doctors do not need to be certain. Only on the balance of probabilities do they need to believe the criteria are met. With no oversight of their assessment, how can a panel approve the death with any certainty when there is no ability to appeal against a panel approval and no coroner oversight? How many wrongful deaths a year is acceptable? No system can be 100% safe. Providing massive drug overdoses in an unlicensed way to end life is not a therapeutic act and has no place in health and social care provision. Evidence, not heard in the other place, from other jurisdictions reveals complications, slow deaths, complex grief in the bereaved, and profound clinical distress. Whether or not you feel some people should be able to have an assisted death or even euthanasia, this bill, as written, is deeply flawed. It must have essential scrutiny. My Lords, some Lords have suggested that a timetable has been agreed. That isn't the case. It has been agreed to have a select committee to complete its work in November, allowing the Committee of the Whole House to get underway promptly, to undertake that scrutiny, which is absolutely essential.
My Lords, it is a privilege to participate in this important debate and a pleasure to follow Baroness Finlay in her excellent speech. And I would like to add my words to those of many colleagues who have already spoken of their deep concerns about this assisted dying bill, not out of a lack of compassion, but worry about the legal, moral and practical consequences of what it proposes. Effectively, it says the government should take on a new role which requires it to lay out rules and procedures to facilitate what is in essence suicide, with the cooperation of the medical profession. This would be a profound and troubling move. Once the state begins to legislate for the ending of life, however well-intentioned, it takes on the responsibility for deciding when life is no longer worth living. At the moment, it would only apply to patients with terminal conditions and a prognosis of 6 or fewer months of life left. But in other countries, where those governments have already gone down this route, the conditions of eligibility have been constantly widened over time to include other non-terminal conditions. It is highly likely, if this assisted dying bill were to succeed, we would also in time see constant pressure to widen its scope. I seriously doubt that the medical profession as a whole would wish to participate as a matter of course. Indeed, many in the medical profession have already expressed their concern. Doctors, after all, train to save life and to heal where possible. The Hippocratic Oath still remains, do no harm. My Lords, there is another crucial dimension here. In previous generations, patients often had much longer-standing relationships with their GPs, built on years of trust and understanding. A doctor who had supported a patient for years, often decades, might indeed ascertain their true wishes, knowing their history, their character and their needs. It would have made them well-placed to navigate end-of-life care sensitively, including when a patient was truly ready to go. But, as we all know, that reality has all but disappeared in today's NHS, where quite often patients are lucky if they see the same doctor twice. This means decisions about assisted dying could easily be made by professionals with little or no personal knowledge of the patient making the request, which must increase the risk of misjudgment. Meanwhile, it's pretty clear to us all the NHS is already under immense strain, as we've been hearing, with chronic staff shortages, long waiting times, and huge gaps in palliative and end-of-life care. Surely, this additional procedure would create considerable new demands on staff and facilities, which could only throw doubt on the smooth and gentle manner of support which anyone would want for those undergoing the assisted dying process. And this leads me on to perhaps the greatest concern of all. How do we safeguard the process against coercion? How can we ever be certain that a person seeking assisted death is not doing so because they feel a burden on their family, on society, or even on the system that's keeping them alive? The choice to die under conditions like that is a fragile thing. It can be heavily influenced by illness, fear, or indeed loneliness. No set of procedural safeguards could fully take account of that complexity, particularly without the input of a GP who properly knows the patient. Surely, the true mark of a compassionate society is not whether we give people a way out of life, but whether we support them to live with dignity even when life becomes difficult. We need to ensure that sufficient funding is ring-fenced for high-quality palliative care with far greater access for all who need it, rather than legislating for death to become a treatment option.
My Lords, Saturday last week, the Times newspaper, in a centre-page editorial, had the headline, "The flaws of the assisted dying bill may prove irreparable. It should not have fallen to the Lords to protect the public." What follows is, putting it kindly, harsh, putting it bluntly, necessary to be done by this House or in some other way. This bill in its present form is not conducive to the common good for the following reasons. One, we have no idea of its scope in medical terms. Cancer, cardiac, cerebral, immobility, mental, where's the end? Who's going to be trained in these different specialities? Which one is going to be preferred if preference is suggested by the government? None of the Royal Colleges has adopted plainly support for this bill. The psychiatrists are against it, particularly the mental state of a patient to whom assisted dying is offered and what the effect is. So the scope is big. Who's going to pay for it? Is this part of the NHS budget? If so, how much? If it's private, how are the two going to divide? There's a section in the draft bill about advertising. Do we want to finish up with a public system, private or public, of death clinics? What do the professions say about this? Doctors, are they going to sign up to do this task when their job they might have thought was to cure? Nursing staff who might help, what are they to do? Technical staff who might assist in the preparation of the poison or lethal dose of whatever is given to the patient to kill that person. This is putting people to death, whether they want it or not. And in the bill, at clause 32, we find we have to amend the Suicide Act. Otherwise, we'll be legislating for unlawful killing, aiding and abetting the person who wants to die. So the scope is enormous. The effect on the professions is unknown. The cost, the effect on palliative care, and so on, could be deeply damaging to all our communities. This is a topic of in-depth complication, highest level of importance, in which Parliament's duty is to serve those people it represents here in these two chambers, no matter what. We can start with Baroness Berger's attempt to put coherence to it. And what about the Hippocratic Oath? First, do no harm, said Hippocrates several thousand years ago. And doctors to a similar extent, perhaps nurses take this oath to serve us. How does assisted suicide fit in to first do no harm? I'm concentrating on difficulty because this is probably one of the most serious matters that can affect the public that fall to be considered by Parliament. In the House of Commons, both the Minister for Justice, Law, the Minister for Health, NHS, were both against the bill at that stage. The system rejected it. How on earth is this going to be resolved? And the final point, if you'll forgive me, just a second more.
The Noble Lord of this advisory speaking time.
If we vote, let's vote at some further stage when we've got something serious, coherent and plausible to consider.
My Lords, I rise with deep concern to oppose this bill, not out of indifference to suffering, but I fear will place the most vulnerable at the greatest risk. We should be clear, this is not just assisted dying, this is assisted suicide. Far from offering genuine choice, it risks becoming a pathway where people struggling with poverty, poor care or depression see it as their only option. This is not dignity and it is not compassion. I've been written to by many members of the public, as we all have, but I want to put on record their voices, those voices that are worried about where this bill is leading us. I cannot cover all the points that they raised, but I'd like to cover a few. There is no requirement for suffering. This bill does not require a person to be in pain or distress. The only requirement is an irreversible illness and a prognosis of 6 months. Extraordinarily, as it may seem, there is no consideration of palliative care or pain relief. A person could qualify even if they're not suffering at all. And for my own community, a working community, a poor community, this is deeply troubling, where many face hard financial realities every day and social pressures. To add a law that allows assisted suicide without any requirement for suffering could turn hardship into a reason for death itself. This is where coercion is born from. Research in Oregon shows that nearly 1 in 10 people who opted for assisted death did so partly because of financial pressures. We cannot allow a situation where people feel forced to death because they cannot afford life. Coercion is not only about another person's influence, it can also be about the crushing weight of poverty, isolation, fear, loneliness. Listening to the great speech made by my noble and learned friend Lord Bannon, this bill already has mission creep built in. Research by Marie Curie Palliative Care Research Department found that prognosis can be accurate in only 23% of the time. Many patients given 6 months to live, survive and even thrive for years. In a community like mine that struggles, the danger is doubled with a prognosis that may make people feel the pressure to give up too soon because of financial worries. This combination could be lethal. To legislate with such weak foundations is reckless. My Lords, this bill cannot and should not pass into law. It is built on a flawed assumption and will expose the most vulnerable in our society to irreparable harm. We are told it is about choice, but for the poor, the sick, the isolated, the terrified, people who've grown up relying on this system, not like us in this room, who've benefited from it, people who rely on it and trust it and believe in it. It could lead those people to see this as a burden, a pressure, even a duty to take their own life. We cannot allow a situation where we expose the poorest people in this country, the people most dependent on us in this room, to do the right thing for them, to this poorly thought out legislation. It will devastate communities, the communities that many of us have never been to or understand. We will be placing something down now that will become a myth in that community. We'll be pre-legislating for their early death because their lives have been hard. As the bill stands, instead of working for vulnerable people or make more people vulnerable, we must choose life over fear.
My Lords, I thank all those who have sent me opinions and information on the issue, and to declare my interest as a registered nurse and a Fellow of the Royal College of Nursing, which has adopted a neutral stance on the bill, recognising the wide disparity of opinion within their membership. The fear expressed by some people that they will be coerced into asking for assisted dying is real. The concerns are particularly strong amongst marginalised communities, as so amply demonstrated by the previous speaker. Many people with severe disabilities believe that they may become a burden to other family members, or those living alone who express fear about the future and difficulties of living with a progressive condition do not like the bill. However, considerable safeguards within the bill are designed to ensure that undue pressure concerning assisted dying is never placed on individuals. If a patient is given the opportunity to discuss their future options when planning the last months of their life, this should include the right to refuse further treatment and receive compassionate palliative care. Patients must be given the chance to explore the options available to them. One of the many issues raised in this House and in correspondence with the public is that many people fear staying with the uncertainty about dying, not necessarily about when they will die, but how their health and bodily functions, including continence and mental capacity, will deteriorate. People report being fearful of incontinence, speech difficulties, and losing capacity so that they're unable to express their wishes as they become increasingly dependent. Let's encourage society to discuss and complete advanced directives relating to their future care in the way that we are encouraged to make wills. This approach would enable those who would never want to discuss or consider assisted dying to make it clear within their personalised advanced directive and vice versa. Nurses and care workers are often those who are asked by patients, frequently during intimate procedures, including, for example, changing soiled bedding and washing. When as a district nurse, I recall one patient saying something similar to this to me. My kind husband just can't cope with washing me, so I wait for you, and I do not tell him I am dirty below, but just lie here in it. He doesn't know, nurse, because he doesn't sleep in the bed with me anymore. We were so happy together. We're worn down with it. Can't you hurry it up for me? The Royal College of Nursing has published excellent guidance on how to respond to such a request to hasten death. It states, nurses should acknowledge and act on all concerns raised, instigating and escalating them to the doctor responsible for the patient's care and treatment. The bill is designed to establish a system for terminally ill adults to access assistance, yet no mention is made in the bill of the responsibility of health professionals to refer patients to an appropriate medical practitioner for preliminary discussion to be recorded in the person's notes when such requests are made. When the process works well and advanced directives have been made, agreed active treatments may be stopped and compassionate, excellent palliative care interventions accelerated. Early clarity on the patient's position on assisted dying would be helpful to everyone. However, if the patient's wishes have not been recorded and they choose an assisted dying pathway in the late stages of their illness, should the bill pass, there could be challenges from relatives who are vehemently against assisted dying for religious and/or ethical reasons. I'm broadly supportive of the bill, but would hope that we can consider the two issues that I've raised on advanced directives and other healthcare professionals' involvement.
I would like to present 5 bases of rejection to this bill this afternoon. The first will be the evolution of this bill in the other place. We could hardly call that to be Parliament at its best. It was deemed to be a private member's bill, but I'm sorry to say I think we're being fooled here. It is quite obviously a government bill in disguise, and I have to say that Lord Faulkner of Thoroton indicated this last week in his fine speech that he made here when he referred to the civil service assistance he's had to date, and I have to say that is more than unusual for any private member's bill. The committee stage from the start in the other place was stilted in its composition, and the fact that many respected institutions that will be operating in the space of this bill were denied their opportunity for input. But I think what worried me more than anything else was the joyous, the tear-flecked celebrations by some parliamentarians of the passing of the bill in the Commons, which is a bill of death. I found that quite bizarre. I found that quite chilling. But then I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, as many of the same people are jubilant in a similar way for the opportunity to home conduct abortions up to full term without sanction. I rather celebrate life rather than death. Now, the bill as it was originally drafted had 16 Henry VIII clauses. It's now grown to 42. Including many that will allow ministerial powers, secondary legislation, to create criminal sanction. Now, my noble lords will be aware that this is just not right in legislation. This should not happen without really great cause to create criminal sanction by secondary legislation. It's hugely widely condemned. My second objection is the reality where what we've seen in other jurisdictions, we've seen a loosening throughout, whether that be in Australia or Canada or most certainly Belgium. Now, Lord Faulkner last week predicted that only 1% of deaths would be through legalised suicide within 10 years. Now, that doesn't really fit very well with Australia's 3% and Canada's just under 5%. In all jurisdictions, the "I don't want to be a burden" has become bigger and bigger. And in Belgium, children as young as 9 are being euthanised under similar legislation. Let me say that again. In Belgium, children at the age of 9 are being euthanised under similar legislation. Now, I have grave concerns about the human rights industry in this country, where whatever happens in Parliament gets overturned through judicial activism. And I can be absolutely sure that this would be watered down to death on the state on demand in due course. That is my great fear. Now, further, my third grave concern is inheritance. I'm professionally trained and licensed to do probate work through the Institute of Chartered Accountants. And believe me, battles post-death on inheritance can get very, very ugly. I'm very fearful of the coercion of the elderly and the vulnerable. It is obvious. It's so obvious. I'm worried about time, the 6 months. Now, we have a very sort of similar thing in DWP for end-of-life PIP. You have to have an assessment that you may only live up to 12 months. Now, the reality is very different. The average is over 2 years, and very commonly people live for 3, when the assessment was just a year. So are we really going to terminate lives earlier than may be the case? Now, Lord Forsyth of Drumlin, he gave a fine speech last week, a personal account of his father. I think what he's looking for, and what I'd be looking for, is that very end-of-life solution where things can be put right, that making comfortable that we know sort of happens today. If that is the bit that needs codification into legislation, that's fine. Yeah. We should be considering that. Finally, and I'm sorry about time, the NHS. I'm concerned that we want to embed an option for death within the NHS where its modus operandi should be for life and for doing its bit, obviously, when palliative care is needed. To have this as an option is very dangerous. I'd like to see, if we have to have this at all, a separation, because unfortunately NHS would have skin in the game in terms of costs and staff problems. This is an unwholesome bill, and I will oppose it.
My Lords, there's nothing easy about confronting mortality or dealing with suffering.
The number of us who have chosen to speak at second reading on this bill is a reflection of the importance of these issues and how universally relevant they are. Every one of us in this place has been touched and shaped by losing people we have loved and seeing what they have gone through as they reach the end of their lives. Like others, I have valued deeply the personal stories of so many who have written to me over recent months, and also hearing from practitioners who work with families at the end of people's lives. Whether the law is in the right place as it stands today, or whether it could be improved, is an important discussion to have. This, though, is not the right time to have it. The noble Lord, Lord Stevens, couldn't have put it better when he said, "Palliative care may not be the answer, but it has to be part of the answer." And unfortunately, that is just not the case across England and Wales as we speak today. Until we are confident that palliative and end-of-life care in the UK is functioning as well as it possibly can be, this debate cannot be had sensibly. It is clear that if assisted dying were to be brought in before we have better provision of care, there is too great a risk that too many people could feel forced into choosing to end their life prematurely because they believe there to be no reasonable alternative. Too many people who could be supported better at the end of their life today are simply not receiving that care. Clause 47 of the bill, to oblige the provision of an assessment of the availability, quality and distribution of palliative care within a year of its passing, is a tacit acknowledgement of this point, but it is the wrong way round. We need to do the work now on palliative care provision and then come back to this bill and have this discussion later on. There have been numerous reports and analyses published recently showing just how inadequate the current resourcing is. To quote from just one of these, a Marie Curie report which was published this time last year and painted a deeply concerning picture. Our findings reveal patchy and inconsistent provision of care for people approaching the end of life. While there were examples of excellent care, the overall picture is of overstretched services, with health and care staff lacking enough time to provide care, and where coordination and communication are inadequate. This means that people lack timely management of symptoms, and family carers spend precious time struggling to access, navigate, and manage different services. In addition to providing much of the care needed themselves, this leaves carers feeling unprepared, unsupported, traumatised, and let down, which has lasting consequences into bereavement. Another report, this time by King's College academics, called for a comprehensive plan to look at care for people in the final stage of their life. All aspects of this, from earlier access to palliative care, right through to better support for informal carers. It is clear that current provision is woefully inadequate. There are numerous issues with this bill which have already been raised, from the definition of mental capacity through to the relatively arbitrary 6-month terminal prognosis threshold, and the lack of detail around the practicalities of what would be administered or how it would be supervised. That is before we even consider the deeper cultural challenges around how to ensure that such a piece of legislation does not lead to a redefinition culturally of how we view people's worth. The overseas evidence on people feeling a burden is particularly troublesome. There are a mix of some very profound and some very practical questions that need to be looked at, but we cannot even begin to have this discussion sensibly until we are confident that people, no matter where they live in this country or what community they are part of, have greater access to support and care as they reach the end of their life than is available to them today.
My Lords, I had not intended to join this long list of speakers, but it has become increasingly clear that it would be right to register all testimony in support of this bill. I was not at first in favour of it, as I thought it could result in the exploitation of elderly or infirm people's vulnerability. But as I saw the evidence, particularly from people with disabilities, I came to the conclusion this choice must be made available. Perhaps I should declare that I am a patron of Humanists UK, but my conclusion in this case was not determined by the admirable way they have set out a systematic exposition of the issues. My views were further strengthened by experience. I am in my 90th year, and I have seen all too many of my friends and their partners put under all-consuming stress and suffering by having to postpone an inevitable death in great and continuing pain and increasing loss of capacity. I well understand those feelings myself. Those caring for people in those last but often prolonged stages are taken over by care, helpless compassion and powerless sympathy, which, and I have seen instances, their dying companion explicitly wanted to relieve them of. I too would like to be able to relieve my family as well as myself of intolerable suffering, so how could I deny it to others? I recall in one of the many debates we have had in your Lordship's House on this subject, that the late, much lamented local noble Baroness Lady Warnock asked, why should not old people be allowed to be altruistic? Well, I've spent a large part of my adult life putting the interests of my children at heart, and I don't see why I should stop now. And this does not feel to me like altruism, just a continuation of normal service. I hope my children won't listen to this. The last point I want to make is the part played by other people's opinions. Like most of your Lordships, I have received very many letters and emails about this bill. It was striking that almost all of the ones against were professionally informed, well-marshalled arguments, if often with unusually similar turns of phrase, many coming from the same email address. In contrast, those four largely wrote from lived and agonizing experience, some not very articulate and in not very educated handwriting. All through my civil service career, I was conscious of less powerful voices, less well-organized, whom it was difficult to reach, but who were in the majority, rather like the opinion poll evidence of national feeling in favour of assisted dying, reflecting, of course, the verdict of their elected representatives in the other place, people whom we need to pay attention to. I would like to do that now and make available the compassionate choice about the last momentous event in people's lives. I conclude that it is nationally important that this bill should pass through all its stages.
My Lords, I've listened to many of the speeches over the 2 days of debate, and I also carefully read Hansard of those that I missed. And my conclusion is, whatever the issues surrounding assisted dying, what is clear to me that this should have been a government bill with a free vote. There should have been pre-legislative scrutiny with the Joint Committee, and as we've heard, impact assessments were issued late during the process through the Commons. The bill clearly gives excessive use of delegated powers, 42 in total, and we all know how difficult it is to reject and impossible to amend secondary legislation in this House. More surprising that it gives the Secretary of State the right for up to 4 years to delay its implementation. I'm not sure of any other recent bill that has such a power. My Lords, this is a private bill, not covered by any convention, as we know, passed only by a small majority, therefore I'm sure will be subject to amendment. Now, my Lords, I do understand the moral arguments against assisted dying. However, one cannot help be moved by the terrible tales of excruciating pain and suffering that could be avoided. We all have personal experience of friends or family suffering in such a way. I don't believe that assisted dying means that as a society we believe some lives are not worth living, but as a society we recognise that prolonging extreme pain and suffering can be properly remedied with all the needed safeguards. The very fact that over 50 people go abroad at considerable expense to end their life cannot be ignored compared with the many who cannot afford such an outcome, and of course the many who already take their own lives in this country, as we've heard. Against this, having listened to the arguments, there's no doubt that palliative care and end-of-life care in this country is not good enough. We cannot allow those suffering to feel that they must end their life due to lack of resources, or lack of decent care, or guilt, or burden on their families, or even burden on the state. At the end of the day, it's about choice, individual choice, a decision made by those who seek an end to suffering on medical grounds of prolonged severe pain. A choice made by no other. An outcome that is certainly better than the painful alternative of some who have refused food and medicine. Pain, of course, is subjective. It's personal. My lords, I support those who in terrible circumstances wish to end their life, as palliative care does not always reduce the pain or the mental anguish. But I have to say I do have a nagging doubt that better care, better pain management would make assisted dying unnecessary, except only in extreme circumstances.
We've heard three arguments against the bill, from those opposing assisted dying in principle, others saying it will undermine pressure for palliative care, or that this bill is faulty. Now, there's not much I can say to those whose objections are deeply religious, but I disagree with the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, that enabling a dying person to end their own life means we as a society believe that some lives are not worth living. No, it means we value our fellow human beings and their choice to hasten the inevitable at a time of their choosing. I acknowledge the views of the noble lady Baroness May, though I don't think she should prevent others from exercising a different view. And I disagree with her that as a society we believe that suicide is wrong. As the noble Lord Panic says, it's legal, but there are no safeguards, and as we heard, particularly when people go to Switzerland. We've heard from a former DPP and a former Chief Constable that the current need to interrogate the loved ones of those who have legally taken their own lives is a situation none of us would want to face. And as the noble Lord Purvis and others have said, this bill is not about people choosing to die. They are dying. This bill is about helping them make those final days easier for those who so choose. It is about dying people who want a loved one with them, because this bill is allowing that. It's not just about a medical intervention, about those who want a loved one with them if they choose to end their own lives, when the pain, the discomfort, their indignity, or the scale of intervention just becomes unbearable. Now, some noble lords claimed that the bill would undermine pressure for palliative care, but there's no evidence for that. Indeed, the bill has already led to more discussion of dying and its need for dignity, support and help, and may even have increased the likelihood of improved provision. So I say to those, campaign away for palliative care, but don't do that at the expense of those for all the palliative care they've had, who then want help in their final hours to die. My Lord, palliative care is about improving the quality of the last part of those approaching death by managing pain and other symptoms, often in their own home. Why, when those symptoms are no longer manageable, shouldn't professional help equally be available at a time and manner of the person's choosing, in their own surroundings and surrounded by those they love? I turn to the "this bill isn't right" argument from those who otherwise would support assisted dying rather than those who never would. Our task is not to undermine the clear public desire and the common support for this measure. Our task here is to ensure it achieves its ends, but with proper safeguards, albeit not with so much bureaucracy that actually defeats its purpose. We should look for genuine improvements, helped by a timely special committee and then by the whole House, but without derailing its timetable, and then let the Commons have the final word. My Lords, there is a right to die. That's already in law. This is about helping those who in their final days, when the inevitable is coming, can have the comfort of professional help, but even more of their families around them as they choose to end their lives.
Hear, hear.
It's a pleasure to follow the Baroness Hayter. We often debate, not necessarily agreeing. We don't on this occasion. I wish I'd been participating in the second reading of a government bill, but we are where we are. And most of us will have found ourselves examining our prejudices, our experiences, of the issues which underline this bill. May I say at the outset, my views are conditioned by my convictions and also from my experiences. At the bottom lies a belief that life is a precious gift from God. I think these views are widely shared, and not just from the Episcopal bench. We have heard them from my noble friend, Lady May. We heard them today from Lord Deben. We heard it also from my noble friend, Baroness Verma. In terms of my direct experience, a number of you will know that I was, for 18 years before coming here, chairman of Holbeach and East Ello Hospital Trust, a community charity. In 1988, I headed up a group of concerned individuals from my hometown who were shaken by the health authorities' decision to close Holbeach Hospital, leaving us with a district general hospital 14 miles away, with no direct bus route between the people of Holbeach and East Ello, the rural district in which it was situated. With the support of the local community, we formed a charitable trust, bought and took over the hospital as a community hospital, providing many facilities, including nursing care, with 30 beds, including 6 doctors' beds, and now, with further local support, we have 47 beds. Increasingly, the need for palliative and end-of-life care has become more acute, and it's very much valued by the local community. 25 years ago, my own father died there, and I was able to be with him, and I knew the care that he'd been given, and it was a hugely emotional experience, as many people have had as they describe their views on this bill. Listening to the contributions to the debate, I conclude that the principal concern is the unavailability and the lack of funding by the NHS for end-of-life care. To my mind, the role and funding of palliative care cannot be underestimated, as explained by the noble Baroness Finlay earlier today. And many noble lords have also mentioned it in their speeches. I think it's self-evident that it's a key element which the NHS has not been able to fund properly. And as the noble Lord Stevens of Birmingham explains, thank God for the hospice movement. We should listen to them. And indeed, we should listen to the hospice movement and know that they are not supportive of this bill. Baroness Watkins described that getting old can be a messy business. But as it stands, we don't have the information, and this bill runs the risk of too much legal controversy and too little medicine, and the total absence from the government of funding commitment to what is needed by the implementation of this bill. That is why it should have been a government bill, because they needed commitment from government for this bill to be safely passed. We need time to build a greater consensus, not just in this House, but in the other place as well. And I will support the noble Baroness, the Baroness Berger, in her proposal to set up a select committee to report back to this House when it has examined the bill thoroughly before we set out to amend this bill. We need time to make it fit for purpose in ways almost every speaker has suggested, and we'll be using parliamentary processes to do so.
What an extraordinary 2 days. After last Friday's debate, I went to a Beatles tribute band with my learning disabled son. We sang All You Need Is Love. My Lord's, compassion is love, and it means journeying alongside someone, even at the end of life, as I did when my husband died from motor neurone disease earlier this year. Nursing him, with the help of fast-track NHS continuing care funding, with hospice and district nurses, and the brilliant Epsom rapid response team, which aims to keep frail and dying people at home. MND is often called the most feared disease. Martin just smiled. He told his grandchildren and his friends that he was just fading away as his paralysis increased. Some want this bill to pass because they are afraid of dying, even though most of us will die peacefully, as my husband did. During my 40-year career as a doctor in the NHS, I worked on the front line as both a general practitioner and a psychiatrist, two of the specialties most affected by the bill as it stands today. And as a medical student, I was taught by Dame Cecily Saunders, the founder of the hospice movement. Hospices should be our pride and joy. We are world leaders in palliative care. The evidence from the Association of Palliative Care, though, is that growth in palliative care slows in countries with assisted dying services. Can the noble and learned Lord give us details of the anticipated impact on the availability of palliative care services of introducing assisted dying in this country? And what measures would need to be put in place to prevent this happening? In highly centralised healthcare systems such as the NHS, the integration of assisted dying would risk subtle systemic coercion, and institutional endorsement would normalise its practice and implicitly shape patient decisions. My lords, the existence of statutory powers can over time drive their own use beyond original policy intentions. Just look at what has happened in psychiatry, where an increase in coercive measures cannot just be explained by clinical demand. It must also be understood in terms of the institutional and cultural momentum generated by the availability of the powers in the Mental Health Act. Could the noble and learned Lord perhaps explain what safeguards will prevent coercion by doctors? And does he support the contention by doctors that assisted dying is not a treatment? Or if he thinks it is a treatment, why are there no plans to license and regulate the experimental lethal substances that will be used rather than leaving it to the Secretary of State? And can I just correct an earlier assertion about suicide rates? There is substantial evidence in 10 US states that legalization is associated with a significant increase in suicide. My Lords, I support the select committee proposed by the noble Lady Baroness Berger, and we must listen carefully to the evidence and not rush it. The evidence taken in the other place was partial, at first attempting to exclude even the Royal College of Psychiatrists, despite psychiatrists being given a key role in the current bill. The lawyers and campaigners have left their mark on this bill, but there is considerable and more relevant expertise in your Lordship's House. Members who could competently question witnesses on areas such as capacity assessments, coercion, psychological issues at the end of life, the role of doctors, the licensing and monitoring of lethal substances, and more. Expertise that could be harnessed to see how and if the bill can be amended to make it fit for purpose. The other place has left us a lot of work to do. The bill is neither safe nor workable as it stands today.
My Lords, it's an honour to follow Baroness Hollins, and I speak, of course, for myself, but also knowing that I represent views held by many, not just Christian leaders, but faith leaders across our nation in whom I've been in discussion have written to me. Jesus teaches us that how we live our lives in relationship to others is vital for the health of our society and our own personal well-being. We belong with and for each other. This bill is wrong because it ruptures relationships, serving one need but creating many others. The noble Lord Baker and several others in this important and moving debate gave the game away early on. No government, he said, will be prepared to provide palliative and social care in the way it's needed, thus revealing that this bill's impact will be economic as well as social. Several speakers said there were too many safeguards. Others, that provision for assisted dying ought to be expanded.
As the noble Lord Harris pointed out, if this is where compassion leads, then the logic of compassion demands the scope be widened. On this side of the argument, and also motivated by compassion, we must say that whilst we share the same anguish as we witness the death of a loved one and long for the suffering to end, there is a moral universe of difference between doctors and clinicians in consultation with families withdrawing treatment in the last days of someone's life to picking out 6 months as the point at which life for some can be extinguished. If we do this, we unleash into our society a fundamental change in our relationships. The relationship between death and life, between doctor and patient, between parent and child, between citizen and state. And I saw this firsthand in Canada last year, where priest after priest told me heart-rending stories of people choosing an assisted death because it was better for their family than spending an already meagre inheritance on expensive care, and sometimes feeling forced into this choice, they felt it was their duty to die. I know this is not what we want here, but this is what we are proposing. Do we seriously think that if this bill was passed, palliative care won't be detrimentally impacted, or that 6 months won't in due course become 12? I think we can do better than this. Of course, I don't want anyone to die a painful, agonizing death, but nor do I want poor and vulnerable people to be faced with such agonizing choices. Better palliative care can massively ease the first dilemma. Assisted death will turbocharge the latter. Before I trained for ordination, I worked for a year at St. Christopher's Hospice, probably the most formative year of my life. On my first day on the ward, I was terrified. All I could see was cancer and death. But during that year, I learned that it is possible to live until you die. And although there are some illnesses so hideous that they cannot be completely controlled, in most cases they can, honouring people's dignity and upholding their value as someone made in the image of God until their life's end. Why, I ask Lord Faulkner, then, does the bill deny the right of hospices to opt out? And yes, I welcome Lady Berger's amendment. But I also want to say, alongside the Bishop of London, that if this bill does reach a third reading, then we from these benches will be prepared to table an amendment to offer us a vote. Meanwhile, I give the last word to Dame Cicely Saunders. You matter because you are, and you matter to the end of your life. We will do all we can, not only to help you die peacefully, but to live until you die.
My Lords, I rise to speak at the end of this important and significant debate, and I'd like to thank Kim Leadbeater MP and Lord Faulkner for leading this significant private members' bill through Parliament. And I must add that this is a free vote on these benches, and I'm therefore not speaking on behalf of my party. We have heard passionate speakers on both sides of this debate, and many members flagging important issues that they want to see looked at to ensure processes work and safeguards are in place. And I have every confidence that these will be addressed at committee stage, and I really wanted to emphasise how I was particularly moved by the very personal stories last week of Lord Mitchell and Lord Alderdice. Throughout our lives, we're able to make decisions about most things that affect us: where to live, what to eat, how to live your life, what to do each day, and so on. And yet, the one thing that we don't have any control over is our end of life. Now, when someone has been diagnosed with a terminal illness, then I believe it is only right, with the necessary safeguards in place, for them to be able to choose at the time and place that is right for them
to end their lives. Now, the BBC News ran a very moving package earlier this year about a man in the United States. The gentleman was terminally ill, but having seen relatives die terrible, drawn-out deaths in significant pain, he wanted to die on his terms. The safeguards were strong, his family supported his wishes, and he did, indeed, die at home with his family around him, as he had wanted. This should be a right here too. And as we've heard from others across this chamber, this is already happening here now. Loved ones who are able to, travelling to Switzerland, or staying at home and taking their own lives, and the devastation this leaves for their families, picking up the pieces afterwards and haunted by the experience. And I have been overwhelmed, like colleagues in this House, by the many personal letters and emails I have received from people across the country with their own stories. And I'd like to thank each person for taking the trouble to share their personal thoughts on this issue. Now, I am at an age when I have lost my father-in-law and my mother-in-law in the last 2 years to long, drawn-out illnesses. And my own mother, sadly, has terminal cancer. I would have liked all of them to have had the option to be able to decide if they wanted the right moment for them to go to sleep and leave this world. And I know my father-in-law certainly wanted this. I don't want people to have to suffer in pain and discomfort, as many do now, even with the palliative care services that exist. And I want to stress that investment in palliative care services sits side by side this legislation. It's not as an alternative. You know, this bill is about improving health at a time of suffering. It's about being able to live with dignity and to die with dignity. And for those people with a terminal diagnosis, this is not a choice between life and death, but a choice between death and death. To have some control over the dying process and to be able to die on your own terms has to be a right. And I want people to have that choice, that control, and that freedom. Now, this legislation has been through a line-by-line rigorous scrutiny by the elected chamber, and on a free vote, our MPs have voted for this bill. It's not for this House to obstruct this legislation, which has been supported by elected members of Parliament. I hope this chamber will play its proper role in reviewing the legislation, but does not seek to prevent this bill from moving forward. I support the rights of individuals to be able to choose their end of life, and I hope this House will do the same.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow the noble lady Baroness Pigeon and to take part in this important debate. We've had 2 days of discussion with many fine speeches. Those we heard today are still ringing in our ears, but let me take a moment to remind the House of a few of the contributions from last week. I will never forget the exchange between my noble friend Lord Forsyth of Drumlene and his late father. I will never forget the tragic story of Lord Mitchell's parents-in-law. I remember the point made by Lord Stevens of Birmingham with all of his experience, that without proper provision of palliative care, you don't really have freedom of choice, at the same time as I recall the warning from Lord Baker of Dorking that proper government funding for palliative care might always remain elusive. And I know that the whole House will share my admiration for the brave, moving and extremely personal speech made by my noble friend Baroness Prentice of Banbury, and will join me in wishing her well in the months ahead. Now, although I'm winding up for the official opposition, we don't have an official position. These benches have a free vote, and so I speak for myself and my conscience. Now, 2 points flow from that. First of all, we all bring to this debate our background, our education, our professional or other knowledge, our faith or lack of it, and our personal experiences of the fact of death and the experiences of the dying. And I suggest that it is as wrong to discount an opinion because it is informed by religious faith, as it is to ignore an opinion grounded in a sincere belief in the irrelevance of faith, because both the supporters and the opponents of this bill sincerely believe in the validity of their arguments. There is no doubt in particular that the noble and learned Lord Falconer of Thoroton places this bill before us in perfect good faith. But to repeat a point made by my noble friend Lord Pollock in the name of Chief Rabbi Lord Sachs, can I just say on a personal note, I miss him especially on days like this. He said purity of motive has never guaranteed righteousness of outcomes. Second, we do not sit here as moral philosophers, or with the evident exception of the Lord Spiritual, as theologians. Over the past few weeks, I have looked deeply into the learning of my own tradition. I've read the letter from the current Chief Rabbi and essays by Orthodox thinkers. I've considered articles from modern Reform rabbis such as Rabbi Romain, who was mentioned earlier today. I've studied a responsa from a rich written legal tradition extending over 3,000 years. And yet I confess to your lordships, I vacillate on the underlying moral question. Perhaps as a lawyer, I spend my life dealing not with black and white, but with shades of grey. I feel like I ought to have clarity on the underlying moral and philosophical questions. But if I may respectfully borrow from another biblical tradition, on this issue, I see through a glass darkly. But, and this is the key point, we sit here as legislators. And it is as a legislator and a lawyer that I look at this bill, because the ultimate question before us will be whether this bill should become law. And my answer to that question is no, and certainly not in the state in which this bill is now in. By contrast, my answer to the question, should anybody put it, whether this bill should get a second reading, would be, of course it should. And I say that for two reasons. First, because this is a serious, if also seriously flawed, bill, which merits this House's careful consideration in committee. And second, because the other House did pass this bill and handed it over to us. But that, I suggest, is the limit of the force of the point that the House of Commons passed this bill. Some have suggested that because the House of Commons passed the bill, we should not reject it. For my part, I reject that contention. I accept that this House should not, except in the most exceptional of circumstances, unceremoniously dispose of a bill passed by the House of Commons. So the fact that the House of Commons passed the bill means that we need to take it seriously. And we are taking it seriously. But it does not mean that we have to pass the bill as it is, or even as it might be following amendment. That is right, I suggest, as a matter of constitutional principle. But it's especially right in the case of this bill, where a number of members of the other place only passed the bill on the basis that it would be the subject of detailed scrutiny here. So in those circumstances, the idea that we should uncritically defer to the House of Commons seems to me to be the parliamentary equivalent of heads I win, tails you lose. Now let me make four short substantive points about the bill. First, a number of us have made the argument repeatedly that because some people in this country have the option of paying to go to Switzerland and Dignitas, this bill is needed for those who cannot afford that option. But that superficially attractive point suffers from two defects. First, there's a conceptual problem. The fact that Switzerland offers assisted suicide and offers it to non-Swiss residents doesn't mean that we have to follow because of that. Otherwise, the fact that any country in the world adopted the Swiss model would mean that we should also pass such legislation. And I would suggest that is not a sound basis on which to legislate. The second is a practical problem. This bill would not cover many, if not most, of those who travel to Switzerland. Because if you have a degenerative disease but you have more than 6 months to live, you can go to Switzerland, but you're outside the scope of this bill. And that also means that the story we've heard of relatives who are anguished as to what might happen to them if they assist their relative to go to Switzerland would still be in that predicament even if this bill were to pass. The second point is to respond to an important speech by the noble Lord Pannick. And he'll know that I listen to anything he says with particular care. He made 2 points. First, he said, the law already rejects the absolute sanctity of life and recognises the right to suicide. Second, he says, citing the decision in the Bland case, he drew an analogy between the right to refuse life-saving treatment, which is our right under English law, which I support, and the right to demand an assisted death. Now, as to the first point, I don't think it's correct to say that the law recognises a right to suicide. Suicide is no longer unlawful, but that doesn't mean there's a right to commit suicide. Indeed, that point was emphasised by the Master of the Rolls, Lord Bingham, in the earlier case of Pretty. And as to Lord Pannick's second point, I accept the law rejects the absolute sanctity of life, but that is a straw man. All religious and philosophical traditions in practice, if sometimes sotto voce, reject the absolute sanctity of life. Nobody would suggest that we should tax everybody in the country out of half of their wealth to give one person another 3 months of life. Absolute sanctity of life is a straw man. But the law does respect the sanctity of life. The sanctity of life is a religious and philosophical principle, and that means that in our law all human life is regarded as being intrinsically valuable, and that we do not deliberately terminate a life even if the patient so consents. And indeed that is at the heart of the decision in Bland to which Lord Pannick referred. The detail the House will be happy to hear, the detail will await committee. But Lord Gough of Cheveley began his speech by referring to the applicable principles of law, of which the first was, and I quote, the fundamental principle of the sanctity of life. And he drew a clear, indeed his word was crucial, distinction between the withdrawal of life-supporting treatment and actively causing death. Because the key point is that withdrawal of treatment by doctors does not cause death. It is the underlying disease that causes death. The doctors do not have any intention to kill. They want to discontinue something which is of no benefit to the patient. And indeed, it's on that basis that most religious traditions, including my own, support the withdrawal of treatment in those circumstances. The authoritative responser of Rabbi Moses Feinstein in his monumental Igrot Moshe, where Lahavdil, he draws the same distinction as Lord Gough does in Bland between removing impediments to death on the one hand and hastening death or assisted suicide on the other. And so my answer to Lord Pannick's question, if you can refuse treatment, why can't you demand to be provided with barbiturates, is that this is contrary to the basic principle that human life is inviolate, even if the person in question has consented to its violation. Third, I've carefully read the Human Rights Memorandum which accompanies this bill, but I've not seen there any response to the point, why is the line drawn at 6 months? And the legal challenge is going to go along the following lines. 1, my personal status for the purposes of Article 14 discrimination is how long I have to live. 2, I can't access assisted suicide at more than 6 months, even though my suffering may thus be longer than somebody who only has 6 months to live. 3, there's no obvious reason why 6 months has been chosen. Perhaps that's a lawyer's way of putting the slippery slope argument, but legal slopes, in my professional experience, are exceptionally slippery. And it seems to me that once you're on this slope, you will slide inexorably to the point where anyone with a terminal illness should be permitted to avail themselves of the provisions of this bill. And I'm afraid we do have here an inherent contradiction between the supporters of the bill. My noble friend Lord Johnson of Marylebone accepted that the logical outcome was that anyone with a terminal illness should be permitted to avail themselves, and at the same time we're told that the 6-month limit is a fundamental protection. Both points can't be right at the same time. Finally, let me say a word about an absent friend, the High Court judge, who we were told when this bill was introduced would stand as guardian to make sure everything worked as it should. But our judges have their work cut out making sure that we live in peace, and they didn't like the idea of having to make sure that we die in peace as well. And so the High Court judge has gone to be replaced what's now been rather euphemistically called an expanded panel. Well, it has been expanded in that there were more people on it, but it's been diminished because one member does not have to be a judge. A King's Counsel is sufficient. Now, I'm the last person to denigrate the ancient and honourable status of one of His Majesty's counsel learned in the law, but the fact is there is now no minimum period of practice before you apply to take silk, and it's also not immediately apparent to me why a barrister of, say, 12 years call who's taken silk last week can be on the panel, but the senior partner of an international firm of solicitors cannot. The truth, I suggest, is that this judicial panel falls between two stools. It is too complex for the normal, straightforward case, while it is not equipped with anything like sufficient powers for the more difficult cases. I'm not sure what the answer is, or even if there is an answer, but the current proposal, I'm afraid, is neither fish nor fowl. It is something of a statutory red herring. Now, to repeat, although I've spoken from the dispatch box, I've spoken only for myself, and I look forward to the forthcoming stages so that if and when this House has to decide whether this bill should pass into law, the bill is by then in the best possible state. But, my Lords, as matters stand today, this bill is not fit for the statute book.
Let me start, my Lords, by thanking all noble Lords for an extensive, passionate and insightful debate. As noble Lords have observed throughout this debate, its quality and its conduct has been exemplary, and that has allowed the expression, I believe, of differing and deeply held views. And I'd like to thank my noble friend Lord Faulkner for his work in introducing this bill to the House. And I know that many noble Lords are waiting to hear from Lord Faulkner as the sponsor. My Lords, we have all heard the debates across the country where campaigners on both sides have made their cases with conviction and care. We have also heard the debates in the other place, and we know the previous consideration that this House has given to the topic of assisted dying. And now it is our turn to scrutinise this legislation. My Lords, I want to turn first and importantly to the role of the government, which relates in some part to the motion in the name of the noble Lord, Lord Forsyth, and the amendment to it from the noble Lord, Lord Carlisle. The government is neutral on the principle of assisted dying. It is a matter of conscience. Whether this bill becomes law is a decision for Parliament, and my role, alongside that of my noble friend Baroness Levitt, is to help ensure that if this legislation is passed, it is legally and technically effective and workable. So, my Lords, as with any legislation, if Parliament chooses to pass this bill, the government will be responsible for its implementation. The noble Lord's motion refers to time being made available for consideration of amending stages. Scheduling is, of course, a matter for my noble friend, the Government Chief Whip, who will indeed keep this under review. The government has a duty of care to the statute book, and as such, my officials and those from the Ministry of Justice have worked with my noble friend, Lord Faulkner, and the Commons sponsor, Kim Leadbeater MP, to offer drafting support and workability advice. This will continue throughout the passage of the bill and is, and has been, usual practice. Turning to the motions in the name of my noble friend, Baroness Berger.
I'm most grateful to the noble lady, the Minister. Could she explain why, despite requests from the sponsors of the bill, and despite the precedent which has been taken with other bills, which were private members' bills, but matters of conscience like capital punishment and abortion, why is the government not prepared to provide time so that this House can ensure that it is properly scrutinised and considered?
I can only repeat the point I made, that the Government Chief Whip will listen to the will of Parliament and will review as necessary. My Lords, I'd like to turn to the motions in the name of my noble friend, Baroness Berger. These motions refer to a select committee reporting to the House ahead of Committee of the Whole House commencing. The committee should report by Friday the 7th of November. The outcome of these motions and any other are indeed a matter for this House to decide on. To the points that noble lords have raised over whether this matter should have been one for a private member's bill or for a government bill, I would suggest and remind us all that on matters of societal change, the private member's bill, with government neutrality, has long been used as the right vehicle to handle matters of sensitivity and importance, such as this one. And on this point of neutrality, I do hope, therefore, that noble lords will understand my role and why it is not appropriate or possible for me, as the government minister to respond to every point raised during the debate. I would, my lords, like to thank the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee and the Constitution Committee for their scrutiny of this bill. As many noble lords have highlighted, these recommendations will be important in the consideration. The content of this bill and any delegated powers are a matter for the sponsor and a matter for Parliament. And I am grateful to both committees because their recommendations will inform the scrutiny of your Lordship's House. And as noble lords have already heard during his opening remarks, my noble friend Lord Faulkner has already and will continue to consider these reports. My lords, many noble lords have spoken about the importance of high-quality palliative care for all those who need it. I want to be clear that irrespective of any legislation on assisted dying, everyone must be provided with high-quality, compassionate care through to the end of their life. Whilst the majority of palliative and end-of-life care is provided by the NHS, we do recognise the vital role played by the voluntary sector in supporting people at the end of their life, which is why we are providing the hospice sector with £100 million of capital funding for eligible adult and children's hospices to ensure that the best physical environment for care is available. We recognise that more could be done to support people who need palliative and end-of-life care, as a number of noble lords have raised. We are looking at how to improve the access, the quality and the sustainability of all age palliative and end-of-life care in line with the recently published 10-year health plan, and to make the shift from hospital to community, including to do that as making that care as part of the work of neighbourhood health teams. I would like to thank noble lords once again for their engagement, for their care and for their thoughtfulness during this debate. As I have said, the government remains neutral on whether this bill becomes law. And should Parliament pass this legislation, I can say to your Lordship's House that it will be our responsibility to ensure it can be implemented safely and effectively.
My Lords, I draw attention to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests, which refers to the fact that I have an assistant funded by Bernard Lewis to assist me in the conduct of this bill, and Dignity in Dying funded the printing of literature, which I sent to your Lordships in connection with the bill. I apologise for not mentioning this in my opening speech. My Lords, this has been a debate of the highest quality, probably the highest quality I've heard in 28 years in this House. Your Lordships brought passion, expertise and wisdom to the issue. Every single speech that was made, I thought, rose to the gravity of the occasion. I would wish to refer to every speech, but I cannot. Could I pay particular tribute, however, to those of your Lordships on both sides, and some people have mentioned them, who have identified their own personal suffering in relation to this. I pay tribute to all of those speeches. Could I mention just two speeches? First of all, the speech of the noble Baroness Prentice of Banbury, which was a very striking speech. She will know that she has the wishes of the whole House with her. Could I also mention the speech of the Baroness Faulkner of Margravane? She too has the wishes of the whole House with her. My Lord, I think the debate shows beyond doubt that this House will bring both expertise and human understanding to the important task of scrutiny that we must now undertake. I express genuinely my gratitude to your Lordship's Constitution Committee and the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committees, respectively. As I indicated in my opening speech, I will be bringing forward amendments to deal with many of the recommendations that they raise. I have to say that my experience as a government minister was that both those committees frequently made recommendations of the sort that have been made by the committee requiring changes, and I very much hope, in consultation with the government, I will be able to make those changes. Could I also mention the status of this bill? This is a private member's bill because it is a matter of conscience. No major political party agrees on whether or not they support assisted dying, and I don't find that surprising. It has to remain a private member's bill for that reason. I should say, as my old friend the Baroness Merrin has referred to, I've had assistance, as has my friend in the other place, the member for Spen Valley. She has had assistance as well from the government, civil servants and lawyers, seeking to ensure that the bill is workable, and that explains very many of the changes that have taken place. But ultimately, this is a private member's bill and must be treated as such. I believe, just as happened in the Commons, that the Commons were very capable and proved able to properly scrutinise this bill. They gave this bill 100 hours of scrutiny. We're looking in this House at the same time at the Education and Wellbeing Bill, which, as it happens, is longer, and it got 40 hours of scrutiny. We're looking at a bill in the Commons where there were no guillotines, so every clause was debated, not just those that were reached before the guillotine fell. We're looking at a bill that has had a very large number of select committees look at it. The last one reported in the Commons in March 2024. So we've got a job of work to do, but I would earnestly ask your Lordships not to approach this bill on the basis that it has not been properly scrutinised in the other place. My Lords, can I... Sorry, I apologise.
I thank the noble Lord for yielding. And I simply wanted to say that a number of members of the other place have said that the bill did not receive proper scrutiny in the other place, and they have also said that they expected it would receive scrutiny in this place because that is what we do. I think that is a profoundly important thing, and I don't think that what the noble Lord has just said is actually correct. I would also say that there were a number of amendments tabled and a number of MPs who wanted to speak who were not permitted to do so. And I think that is reflective of the fact that the bill did not receive proper scrutiny in the other place.
I'm grateful to the Noble Baroness's intervention. I've laid before the House what are the facts. I recognise that some members of Parliament say it wasn't given proper scrutiny. I wonder if those were members of Parliament who didn't agree with the conclusion. I don't know, but I've laid before you the time that was spent and the fact that it got more scrutiny than government bills. May I say what the essence of this bill is? The essence of this bill is that those who are terminally ill, and that means they have a diagnosis that they will die within the next 6 months, that if they are terminally ill in that sense, they should have the option, subject to safeguards, to be assisted to take their own life. One of the features of this debate was the personal experience that so many people have had of how, had that option been available, it would have ended terrible suffering. Suffering that is not often about the pain, but about the lack of dignity and the profound desire to keep control, because that's what people want. I believe, from my own experience, and from talking to so many people, that that option is an important one to have. The points that have been made against it, which I've listened to incredibly carefully, are essentially not that people should not have that choice, but that it brings dangers with it. And the dangers are, first, that people will be over-persuaded, and secondly, it will affect society in other ways. First, that people will be over-persuaded. The bill provides for, first of all, a conversation with the doctor in which all the options, including the palliative care options, are laid out. Secondly, that a doctor decides it is a free choice. Thirdly, that a second doctor decides that it is a free choice. And then fourthly, that a panel consisting of a senior judge or a King's Counsel, a psychiatrist, and a social worker concludes that the person is not being coerced, that they are capable of making the decision, and that it is their free choice. As it happens, that is probably the most safeguarded procedure in the whole of our healthcare system. It is certainly the most safeguarded process when compared with other terminal illness bills in other countries in the world. I profoundly believe that people should have this choice. I profoundly believe, not based on either my spirituality or my lack of spirituality, but by looking at evidence in other countries, that this will not lead to people being over-persuaded. I have in mind those countries which already have a terminal illness bill. The one that has been in force for longest is the one in Oregon, but there are many other states in the United States of America that have terminal illness bills that have been in force for 20 years and more. They do not have those safeguards. They do have annual reports and record keeping of the highest sort about assisted death. They show no evidence of the coercion that people in this debate referred to. I would have expected, if there was real evidence of that, that somebody in the course of the debate would have referred to a case from one of those countries where there is a terminally ill bill showing that there was coercion. there was none. I am convinced, first of all, that this bill has had proper scrutiny in the other place. Secondly, that there is no real danger in relation to coercion. But thirdly, I completely accept every single person in this debate who said they wanted more palliative care. I want more palliative care. We should do everything we can to promote palliative care. But as so many people said, it is not either or, it is both. 75% of people in Victoria, Australia, who have an assisted death have come from palliative care. 92% in Oregon have palliative care. The Select Committee in the Commons to which I referred, which reported in 2024, said that palliative care in many jurisdictions went up in terms of its resource. So in answer to the question that was raised, what will the effect be on palliative care on the basis of other jurisdictions? It will get better. And this debate here has in fact provoked the government to spend more money on palliative care. Many people have talked about language. I take no point about language. I simply say this. Over 20 years, that may be an exaggeration, over 10 years of having been engaged in this debate, nothing upsets people more who are terminally ill and want an assisted death. That is suicide. They hate that because of the impact it has on those they leave behind. What they feel is that they are dying anyway, and what they want is some degree of control over when and how it may happen. My Lords, can I move briefly to what will happen next? I very much welcome my learned friend Baroness Berger's motion to set up a select committee that can hear evidence. I very much welcome that it is time limited because, as myself and Baroness Berger indicated in the letter we sent to every peer, it allows for the bill after the 7th of November to go through all its phases. So I will be supporting Baroness Berger's motion for the setting up of a select committee. We have got a job of work to do. I agree with everybody, and I agree with everybody that this House must plainly give this bill a second reading. We must then listen to the evidence that Baroness Berger's select committee will supply, and then we must do what we do so well, which is scrutinise and amend the bill as necessary, and then send it back to the other place for a decision. I've heard people say, oh, well, we can say no to this bill. Ultimately, on an issue such as this, in our system, somebody has got to decide. And it's not the electorate, because it's never in anybody's manifesto, with the exception of the Greens. Therefore, Parliament has got to decide. And ultimately, in our system, that means it will have to be those who are elected, not those who are unelected, who make that decision. Could I end by expressing my profound gratitude to this House for the attention and quality they gave to this bill? My Lords, I commend this bill to the House.
My Lords, I don't know if I'm alone in being frequently asked by people from time to time, what is the point of an unelected House of Lords? And I now have the absolutely mind-blowing answer, which is to refer them to these 2 days of debate which we've had on this really difficult subject and the range of expertise which we've had. Now, I'm speaking because I tabled an amendment, and that was last Friday, so people may have actually forgotten what it said. But what it said was it called upon His Majesty's Government, in the light of the 32nd report from the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Bill, to ensure sufficient time is available for consideration of amending stages of this bill and to provide full support at ministerial and official level to the peer in charge of the bill for its remaining stages in the House of Lords. Now, despite the differences that we've had in this 2 days of debate, there's a clear consensus. There is an absolute consensus across the House, which this bill is in need of amendment, that this bill is in need of further scrutiny. Now, I listened very carefully to Baroness Badger's speech in the debate, and I see her amendment. I'm a little doubtful how a select committee, which is not really a select committee because it's not actually going to produce a report, it's simply going to hear evidence. I'm a little doubtful as to how that is going to change or alter the noble Baroness's opinion, having listened to a speech on this matter, or indeed anyone else's opinion. What it does do is it means that we can't actually start that task until the 7th of November, that we've lost some time. Now, as many speeches have pointed out, none of us know when and how we're going to die. None of us here know when the end of the session is going to be. So, between the 7th of November and the end of the session, listening to all of the speeches and thinking of the number of issues that are going to have to be addressed, I would venture to suggest that 4 Fridays for private members' legislation, unless we're going to completely destroy the prospects for other people with private members, is not going to be sufficient time. And therefore it seems to me that it is essential that the government provides time. Now, I understand why the government doesn't want to do that. You know, if I were in government and I were in the Prime Minister's office, I'd be saying, well, that means, you know, that we won't have time for this, that and the other. This is an absolutely life and death issue, and it's important that it's considered properly and put on the statute book, if it is going to be on the statute book, in a way that will satisfy my noble friend Lord Wilson of Trethgar in his brilliant speech, where he showed what we are doing here is actually making legislation, and we should put legislation on the statute book which has been properly thought through. And that, I think, means that there has to be government time. And the speech that struck me, because I happen to know that the Cabinet Secretary advised the government that this should be treated in the way that all private members' bills dealing with matters of conscience, like abortion, like the death penalty, like the decriminalisation of homosexuality. They were private members' bills which the government took on board in order to ensure that they had proper time and were properly supported. And I do not, I was going to say for the life of me, do not understand why that should not apply to this bill, having listened to these 2 days of debate. I suspect it might be because the Health Secretary and the Justice Secretary were opposed to the bill. But then we're told that the government's neutral, and therefore I don't see why the government should not provide that time in order to satisfy those people who have written to us on both sides of the debate. I have to say to the noble prelate, the Archbishop of York, who threatened to vote down the bill at third reading, I hope that he will think again about that. I hope he will think again about that, because the expectations are sky high. And to vote down a bill which has not been properly considered and has not been given enough time, I think would be to put this House in a very awkward position for no good reason. Our duty is to scrutinise the bill, to send it back to the House of Commons, and to ensure that we have the time to do a proper job.
My Lords, your Lordships may recall, but I'll remind you just in case you've forgotten, that I tabled an amendment to amend the noble Lord Forsyth's amendment. I tabled that amendment because it seemed to me that Lord Forsyth wanted to turn this bill into a government bill and to give it all the authority of a government bill with a minister in charge of the bill, or putting the noble and learned Lord in the position of being a minister. But I've listened to the noble and learned Lord, and he has said absolutely rightly, I totally agree with him, and I totally agree with the noble Lord Wolfson too, that this is absolutely what should be and should remain a private member's bill. My Lords, I've also looked at the potential effect of the potential amendment to the commitment motion by the noble Baroness Berger, who I think has approached this bill with great energy, superb intelligence, very good judgment, and has done great credit to the House. Having considered that and the state of play as it is now, I think it's right that I should beg leave to withdraw my amendment so that we can move quickly on to other more substantive matters.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn? The amendment is, by leave, withdrawn. Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill, Amendment, Lord Forsyth of Drumlene.
My Lords, I beg leave to withdraw my amendment.
Is it your Lordship's pleasure that this amendment be withdrawn? The amendment is, by leave, withdrawn. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. I think the contents have it, my Lord. The question is that this bill be committed to a committee of the whole House. Amendment, Baroness Berger.
My Lords, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name on the order paper. My Lords, I've spoken already about how my experience as a member in the other place has made me very concerned about this bill, and more determined that it must not be a cause of further harm to vulnerable people. There are many unanswered questions about the bill before us that have been raised during the course of this important debate, which is why I have tabled the amendment and the following motion to hold a select committee before committee of the whole House begins. My Lords, this is a significant and complex piece of legislation by any definition. It demands a process that can withstand the weight, but it is clear that there are serious shortcomings, as both the Select Committee on the Constitution and the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee have noted in their reports last week. Indeed, I am concerned that the legislative process is being asked to compensate for the absence of robust policy making before this bill was published. No comprehensive review, no public consultation or prior engagement with professionals and other stakeholders, no green paper or white paper which we have seen had it have been a government bill, and I understand the case made for why it isn't a government bill, but that has diminished what is before us today, and no published analysis of international experiences. Instead, Parliament has been asked to grapple with questions about implementation, safeguards and NHS implications without this groundwork we would usually turn to for a law change of this magnitude. Considering what Jill Rutt of the Institute for Government has said, the Institute for Government are neutral on the principle of assisted dying, back in March said, we're expecting common scrutiny to do far too much, things it simply can't do. Common scrutiny is being left to solve a whole range of problems it isn't equipped to deal with. And so we have seen the dropping of key but expensive safeguards, like the review by a High Court judge, and whole new clauses and schedules introduced to replace them with very little opportunity for thorough scrutiny. It was a clear pattern in the other place that when significant concerns were raised that had not been anticipated, the response was often to add another delegated power. There are now, as we know, 42 delegated powers contained within this bill, 42 areas where government will work out the detail later, with Parliament largely excluded from the conversation. The result is a bill that is today substantially different from when the Bill Committee in the other place took evidence in January of this year, but now with less clarity. I don't wish to detain the House any longer than is necessary, but I have been asked many questions on the process about what is before us, which I will seek to address. My amendment ensures that we can have some evidence, expertise and insight on the bill we have before us today. We need this information before we commence line-by-line scrutiny. Noble Lords will have received a letter setting out the witnesses, and it's a condensed list of witnesses that I and other supporters believe this House must hear from, including my noble and learned friend, Lord Falkland of Thoroton, and those who will bear the responsibility for delivering the bill should it pass, and how they would use their delegated powers. The Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, the Chief Executive of NHS England, the Secretary of State for Justice and the Chief Secretary for the Treasury. We must also take evidence from the professional bodies whose members will be asked to carry out the functions that the bill sets out. The Royal College of Psychiatrists, the Royal College of Physicians, the Royal College of General Practitioners, the British Association of Social Workers and the Law Society. We are of course not able to hear from serving members of the judiciary, but may hear from the former Chief Coroner of England, Thomas T. Casey, and Sir James Mumby, President of the Family Division of the High Court. And we must also ensure that we understand the impact of the bill on our hospices and care homes through Hospice UK, the Association for Palliative Medicine and Care England. A previous suggestion of a select committee in parallel alongside a committee of the whole House would not achieve...
I do apologise. I do not want to detain the House longer than necessary. Can I just ask one question on the evidence before the Select Committee? Will that evidence be published, or will all the evidence before the Select Committee be published? Just to clarify, for Noble Lords are asking.
I'm very grateful for that intervention. I will in just a moment answer the question, but I'll seek to answer it now. And the answer is yes, absolutely. The intention is that all the evidence that will be accumulated and amassed during that time will be published for all of the House to interrogate and consider in advance of us going into committee of the whole House. Just to confirm that the reason why this select committee could not be taken place in parallel is to ensure that we receive evidence on vital parts of the bill before we go into debate, so that we're not in the unenviable position of knowing what was wrong with the bill, but being unable to amend it. My Lords, my motion provides that a select committee first would be intended as a focused piece of work, hearing vital expert oral evidence, as I've just set out, rather than a more time-intensive open exercise, and that it may report by simply publishing that evidence before we go into committee of the whole House, in order to inform our detailed consideration of the bill. As I understand it from the clerks, the revised timetable allows the committee to hold 6 meetings over 3 weeks, with 2 panels of witnesses on each of the days, to begin the week commencing the 20th of October and allowing it to conclude by the 7th of November. The revised timetable ensures that the bill can progress to its next stage and still maintain the opportunity for 4 sitting Fridays before Christmas. My Lords, we have over the past 2 Fridays shown the determination of your Lordship's House to discuss this bill in a considered and constructive way, and it is my strongest hope that we can continue to do that. If my amendment is accepted, I do not intend to speak on the motion that will follow that contains the detail that I have just set out. I am grateful to my noble and learned friend, Lord Faulkner of Thoroton.
This that you've explained would give evidence, is that finally determined, or would it be possible, for example, to add the Royal College of Nursing with 500,000 nurses?
I thank the noble member for the intervention. As I understand it, it's within the gift of the Select Committee to determine who will be called for evidence. So I've sought to set out who I believe are the key people, but of course there'll be many other suggestions. Obviously conscious of the tight timetable, we won't be able to have an extensive list, but I'm sure the Chair, as and when they are appointed, will consider the suggestion that's been made. I was expressing my gratitude to my noble and learned friend, Lord Faulkner of Thoroton, for being prepared to work with me to reach an agreement that would allow the House to engage carefully with the substance of what is being proposed and the powers we are asked to bestow on ministers. I am grateful to the many noble lords who have already indicated during the course of our debate their support for my amendment and motion during their speeches. My lords, I beg to move.
The original question was that this bill be now committed to a committee of the whole House, since when an amendment has been moved at the end to insert the words set out on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. The question is that the commitment motion as amended be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it. Motion for a select committee on aspects of the bill. Baroness Berger.
My Lords, I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper.
The question is that the motion in the name of Baroness Berger be agreed to. As many as of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, it's been a long day at the end of a very long week at the end of the September sitting, where we made good progress on the legislation for the House, and I thank the usual channels for that most sincerely, and all members. As we adjourn our proceedings, I'm sure all noble Lords will join with me in thanking the catering staff, the attendants, the clerks, Hansard staff, the broadcasting unit, the security staff and the police and the doorkeepers for their excellent support, keeping the House operating, keeping us safe. I recognise as Government Chief Whip the pressure this places on the staff of the House. I will continue my discussions across the House to ensure proper support is always in place when we return on the 13th of October. I wish everyone a well-deserved break as we move into the conference season. For everyone attending a party conference, whether that be in Bournemouth, Liverpool or Manchester or elsewhere, I wish you an enjoyable time. And for those who are not attending a party conference, you probably got the best deal. And I also wish you well. With that, my Lords, I beg to move the House to now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.